Hello, hello everyone. How are y'all doing today? Hey Foxy, hey Puff. Hey Piranha. Thank you for the resub as always. Appreciate your support. But how are y'all doing? Y'all be so proud of me. Y'all should also do this if you haven't done this today yet. I am eating food. Specifically, I'm eating pork chops, roasted potatoes, and green beans. So, oh, thank you for the bits, Puff. Y'all are too kind today. I mean, we can switch it up. We can switch it up. Yeah, it's solid. It's real solid. Yeah, yesterday I didn't eat. So today I was like, we have a collab coming. I think it would just be better if we just kind of like pulled up something real quick or something like that. You know? Hey, I didn't eat all day. I didn't eat before I streamed, which is not great, but sometimes that happens. I'm sorry. If you eat next stream, I'll give you more bits. Okay. Okay, you know what? Deal. Incentivize your streamer. I also find that, what was the thing where it was like, listen, I don't see my streamer as a person. I see my streamer as a Tamagotchi that I need to make sure that they exercise and eat properly in order to be healthy. And I thought I was like, that's not gonna be us, but you know, maybe there's some truth to that more than I anticipated. So what do you guys want to watch in the background while I eat? Anything in particular that's caught your interest that you just want to like indulge in? Oh god, I can barely keep up with the ones. Hi Ratty, how are you doing? I'm asking y'all. Oh gosh, all the redeems. Ugh, but honestly, I need to stretch. I'm actually eating food, so I'm wondering if y'all want to watch something in the background. Ugh. Really? Lighthouse Dota's over Mama Slato? I honestly wish I knew that there was more to the lighthouse besides the lighthouse. I would have gone the completely different direction with the costume. But how are you doing, Ratty? Because what I'm doing right now is I'm having some pork chops, some roasted potatoes, and some green beans. This is also your indicator to eat if you haven't already. Ooh, nice! Stream Deck! Good job. What's your first game gonna be? Hey Skyen, how you doing? Damn right with ketchup. Do y'all not eat pork chops with ketchup? That's really good, Foxy. Hell yeah. I actually bought Binding of Isaac on the Switch for that reason. Really? With applesauce? I think I could see it. Like a sane man? Sure. Whatever you say. Hell yeah. Do you know what you're going to redeem? Is that a personal choice or is that a flavor choice, Foxy? Please let me know if y'all are picking up any of the eating sounds and it's disturbing you. Maybe we can combine forces to buy one. If y'all want to go about that, that's fine. Just know that that's still gonna stick you with the one costume redeem a week limitation. The Hugging Feaster was open a little bit all night. Oh no! Did you just eat everything? Idealist mukbang string. It's a mukbang string where everything there is something that I eat with ketchup, and it gets more and more like crazy as time goes on. What is an avocado? Oh, this guy. Yeah, no. It's just a lot of freezer burn. I'm sorry, Scallion. That's rough. Hell no, Radium. Hell no. That's disgusting. Well, I thought about, like, what would be a good punishment kind of situation for, like, the different things that we could do. And, like, part of it is, like, drink ketchup. But I think a lot of the punishments, I don't think I would have been able to do. Well, I mean, at least with living with another person. Sans Undertale, right? Oh, I forgot Sans loved ketchup. I remember that. I remember you guys telling me that. But yeah, no, I'm excited for today. Because I don't think y'all have been able to participate in REPO collabs before. So, I'm pretty excited. That's happening in about like 50 minutes or so. After I finish eating, I'll have everything finished setting up for that. Every time we get off topic, take one shot of vodka. I was gonna say, are y'all interested in a drunk stream? Or drinking stream? I would definitely make it very blatant. Of like, hey, by the way, there is drinking. Be sure to only drink if you're of age and responsibly, etc., 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 blah, blah, blah. It's definitely not something I would want to do regularly. It would be very much a rare thing. I'm glad you really like The Thing. Wait, which The Thing did you watch? Which was it, the remake? What was it? What year was it made? Uh-oh, Puff. Yeah, there's multiple The Things. There's multiple movies. Yeah. Egg. The 1981 is really, 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 really good. I think there was also like a 1941 or something like that. I don't think I saw like the first one. Egg. But the one relatively recent. Which I believe is in 1980. The remake? I like the remake though. I'm gonna be honest. But what made the 1981 Super Special was the special effects for it. Egg. That the remake they just did CGI. So it kind of lost a little bit of its spark, but I still thought it was pretty good. You know what movie we do need to see though? Together, as a community? The Dead Space movie. One of my favorite movies of all time. We need to see it. Because they made like an animated movie for it. They actually made a couple. The FNAF movie. Bro, I really hope they don't go down the route of they make just like a shit ton of FNAF movies. Alien, oh, never mind. I think it would be fun. Well, we're definitely gonna go down the route of like having movie nights and stuff like that. I have an idea of how to make it more official though, so keep posted for that. Next week, by the way, it's gonna be real fun. I have some stuff for y'all. I think I got the spread ready for the Halloween 24-hour event. Ooh, what kind of blanket did you get, Foxy? Speaking of Alien, I need to continue watching the new series that came out. I got current and then I stopped watching. Well, I mean, like, is it super? Well, what? Okay, what do you like about it? Because we have to write about horror movies. Discuss them. Okay. It's really, really big. Okay. Hell yeah. All for the really big blankets out there. And you know, I'm a decently big person, so big blankets are a little bit rare. Watch the entire Ice Age Pentology live on stream. That's wild. They really made 5? They made 5 Ice Ages? I don't even remember if I even watched the second one. We should definitely probably watch some like dinosaur movie. Or watch dinosaur series. That would be fun. So, Foxy, you do want me to die. Got it. Watch all of Lord of the Rings on stream. So wait, hold on. Including The Hobbit or not including The Hobbit? Because if it's not including The Hobbit, that's 9 hours? Or was this also the director's cut? 12-day stream until Halloween stream and then do 24-hour stream directly after. Well, the thing is, I have an event planned for the next week that I'm excited to tell off. Is that something that I should actually announce, or is that something that I should leave as a surprise? I don't know. All I can really say is look forward to next week. I'll decide if I want to make an announcement later. Just say it to you, it's a secret. Director's cut and Hobbit? Yeah, no. At that point, we're just having a watch party, which, to be fair, is something that I want to do. It would be fun. It'd be wild, but it would be fun. I feel like most people would pass out halfway, though. Almost done with food. The pork chops were really good. And you can't go wrong with roasted potatoes. Kingdom of Heaven? Which one's that one? I don't think I know if I've seen that one. Is that the one? Is that the Jesus one? Or is that like called Except for Your Sins or whatever? Let's see. Putting it into Google now. Okay, yeah. I'm seeing it now. Listen to all the Playboy Cardi discography. Yeah, no, let's not do that. Nothing against Cardi, but listen to the same song that I'm not super hyper fixated on for that long of any song would be a problem. I have to really be fixated on it in order for me to listen to it all the time. Gosh, I still remember I used to play Sweet Lemonade over like on repeat in college. Look at my horse is amazing. It must have been so annoying. Those are some fancy words, Foxy. Oh, hell yeah, Scallion. Good job. Proud of you. Organizing your room is not a small feat. Did you just needed like a new look, or did you just need cleaning? Why'd you go about it? I will say, I think you're the person. The most in-depth person that I know, at the very least. They're that deep into music. Or at least your type of music. Gotcha. So it was new stuff. And you just need to find a place for it all. That checks out. It was like, yeah. Me just turning to you. I have no idea what's going on. Is that even English? Bro, I've been enjoying the cold. I am so on board with this cold. I've had windows open non-stop for the last like couple weeks. So good. I love it. I run hot, man. I struggled this summer. It's been so hot and humid all summer. Then get a blankie. That's unfortunate, Foxy. Layer up, Scallion. Get a couple more layers. You know? During the day, temperature can go from like 35 to... Well, I assumed it was Celsius. Go make tea. Make yourself some hot chocolate or something. I love hot chocolate on a cold day. So nice. All right, last little bits of potato, and then we're good. And then, you know, I'll actually do my job as a streamer. Kinda. Well, I should probably also make an interaction for the... Not interaction, but switch to the lighthouse. Nah. Then why are you wearing shorts? That sounds like a... Throw on some long pants. All right. How am I going to do this? My desk is not big enough to just have plates and stuff. Ooh. Okay. That's there. There we go. Okay. 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 I have water. I have soda. I finished my food. Okay. We're good. Now, what we need to do today, or what we're going to be doing today, is we're going to be playing REPO and collabing with people, which is really awesome. But we need to download the mod pack. So that's what we need to do. 100 Fahrenheit, 100 degrees Fahrenheit is not a big, well, it depends. Actually, it depends. 100 degrees Fahrenheit is, the Kelvin thing is funny though. In dry heat, 100% Fahrenheit is a bit hot. 100 degree Fahrenheit with, like, that is 100, like, very, very humid, you will die. Or you'll at least want to die. Hold on. I need to check this because the last stream that I looked at, or the last stream that we had, I didn't realize that my audio was peaking the whole damn time. So now I'm going to go ahead and listen to myself talk. Okay, I'm gonna talk really loud. Okay, all right. Okay, it's better now. I accidentally hit the knob at some point before yesterday's stream, and then I'm like, oh, there's a dip, because I go back into the analytics whenever I'm done, and then when I see a big dip of people, I go to it to make sure it's like I didn't say anything that was off-putting, you know, like, or you know, something that could be a reason why there was such a dip. And I was like peaking the entire time, and I'm like, no, the sound quality ruined. Oh, I was so upset. Anyway, yesterday was a bit rough, but we went through it. We got through it, and we got this cool little lighthouse out of it, and I think y'all really like it. So, let's see here. We're gonna do the Thunderstorm. If I could spell repo without looking. Okay, select the game. Create new. And this is gonna be Bappi collab. Import. From code. Continue. Import. Import. New profile. Bappi. Collab. Yeah. 2. Perfect. The outside, the lighthouse has no platform outside of the glass. Well, so here was the I can also talk about the mentality behind the design. The mentality behind the design is that the lighthouse is kept together similarly as Mama Dodo is kept together via fossilization. So it's a old ruined lighthouse that is like we're almost like pretending it's been resurrected in a similar manner, where the bits and pieces are like fossils. That's the kind of way I wanted to have it go about. So it's not glass by any means. It's a lot of loose debris floating in miasma in a similar manner. So that was my mentality behind it. Was it executed well? I think it was executed decently well. I am a little disappointed. I think this falls under, there's a handful of costumes that I've done, and we're on like number 36 or something at this point, so there's been quite a few. But there's been a couple of costumes that we've done where I have been, after the fact, I'm like, if I were to do it again, I would do it different. But that's an excellent opportunity, right? Because like there will be a Mama Dodo 2.0. Like that's going to happen. And with Mama Dodo 2.0, we're going to have to bring in the costumes a second time. We're going to have to remake them to a certain degree. So when we get to that, I want to paint things again to do it. What's stopping you? What's stopping you? Update all. Okie dokie. So we have that. Fatigue is stopping you? Well, are you not sleeping well? Is that what's going on? Let's see. We did that. Thunderstorm. I don't think it's gonna be. I don't think it's gonna be the beta version. We started talking about cats. So these people love cats, by the way. In case that was, granted, very few people that I've met actually dislike cats, like actively dislike. It's either they like cats and their bodies are fine with it, or they like cats and their bodies are not fine with it. Egg. Hey, Bappi, how you doing? I just installed the Thunderstorm mod pack, and I was about to give it a shot. How are you doing? Yeah, I'm not deadly allergic, Foxy, but I'm with you on that. In that it doesn't. My body definitely disagrees. But I'm excited. I'm excited, my guy. How about you? How are you doing today? I just finished eating, so we're doing well. I need to update that daily check-in. We'll work on that stuff tomorrow. Appreciate you showing Twitch that you're not a bot. I don't know if it actually works, but one way to give it a shot, right? All right, let's see here. What I need to do is group them. So, one-time scam. I know. As I said, it's not fixed. I want my money back. Your one channel point? Yeah, I know. Listen, just because you lost a penny when you took out your wallet or purse, then you don't get to be like, give me that penny back. They're like, why? Really want to watch Percy Jackson series? Then watch the Percy Jackson series. Watch it. You don't got to worry about exhaustion for that, at least. Never got super into the book. I heard the Percy Jackson books were a lot better than the movies. I thought the first movie was It wasn't like amazing, but it wasn't something. I think people are a little too harsh on it. I think people are super harsh about the movie because the books were amazing, and then they got their hopes up. Did not say the movies, the TV series. Oh. Well, I still stand by what I said. I thought the first movie was Granted, it's been a hot minute. It's been a hot minute, so maybe I'll watch it again and it's just like, no, this is ass. What was I on? Like the best Greek mythology thing released in the last 50 years. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think it's just the comparison between the two, right? I think people are just like that. Like, if you compare it, then yeah. Add it to the watch party list. Oh, should I make a watch party like forum thing for us to have like a list of movies that we want to watch together? All right, let me just do that real quick while I'm thinking about it. Oh, let's go ahead and do this while we're at it. Boom. I'll add a forum movie list. Watch list. Let's see here. Make a new post. What is this forum about? This forum is for people to suggest different movies that we can watch together as a community. Nothing super egregious, please. Enjoy. That's not his spell egregious. There it is. There we go. Movie watch list has been added in the Discord. I could not be the thing. I'd be trying to kiss McCready the whole time. That's the most scallion statement I think I've ever heard you say. I mean, we could do Mama Dodo in an outfit, but I don't think that's what you were asking. You're asking Idealist in a maid outfit. First, I need to solidify Idealist's design. Then I need to draw it, and then I need to make it. And then it'll be a maid outfit. It would be really funny, though. That would be really funny to just be like, just Idealist. Just, it would be like, why do I need to do this? What do you mean this is what this is what they expected of me? I already have ideas of funny interactions where Mama Dodo is all knowledgeable about VTuber space and streaming and all that stuff, and then Idealist is no effing idea, like no clue, and he's like, what do you mean I show feet first? I don't understand. Why would they want that? I think it's funny. It's funny to have that kind of interaction. A slasher on the forum? You can add as much as you want. Only thing I said super egregious. I'm talking about like borderline pornography or something like that, you know. Hold off on that. Oh, the Popeye movie. We have to watch the bad Popeye. We have to watch. Like something that's like very not okay, you know? Like very, very, like if it's tongue-in-cheek, haha, whatever, or even, so I would say like slasher movies are fine, but know that I would probably put the line at like torture films a bit, even though that's like more of an acceptable thing. It's like, I'm not a big like Saw fan and things like that when it comes to movies. Maybe like the first couple, but I think it tries to one-up itself every time, and it went over the line a long time ago. I just watch series, not movies. Yeah. Human Centipede 3 for legal reasons. Yeah, no. Yeah, like Human Centipede. We're never gonna watch Human Centipede together. That's just a bad time. Unless it's like a punishment wheel style thing. Where it's like you're forced to watch these awful, horrible horror movies. Like, nah, bruh. Alright, let's see here. Ooh, all the Godzilla movies. That's pretty good. Emoji movie? Oh gosh. That could be a fun punishment, actually, now that I think about it. Like movies where movies that like are physically painful to watch. Just like it hurts me to watch this. That would be funny. Spin that wheel. Like that's something I could get away with, as far as like, hey Shadow, how are you doing? I'm doing pretty well. I'm finishing setting up. We're gonna be playing some REPO with some new people soon. So if you haven't, well, you've seen the REPO streams, so that shouldn't be too problematic at the very least. Watching the Sonic movie might be fire, not gonna lie. Ooh, the Sonic movie might not be bad. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see here. We'll do... This is normal. Okay. Slowly. Minecraft movie Mama Dodo is Steve. Minecraft movie, but every single time they make a Minecraft reference, we take a sip. We die halfway through the movie. Oh gosh. I don't think we'll ever do like a drunk movie watching unless I specifically make it 21 plus. Because I don't want people to feel pressured they should drink, especially if they're not allowed to drink. You know what I mean? All right, let's see here. Gameplay. Switch this over to REPO. Switch this over to REPO. There we go. Game audio is on. Makes alcohol I can supply everyone. Damn. Are we talking like moonshine? Like what are we talking? Oh, we gotta switch up. We gotta switch ourselves up a bit. Ha 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 ha. Let's go. All right. Liked vodka. Damn. Breaking news: local streamer dies occupied while watching Minecraft movies. Last words for Dodo Jockey. Dodo Jockey would be funny. Dodo Jockey. Honestly, the Dodo Jockey would work so well as a Avatar Minecraft movie watch. I need to change. I need to update my. I need to make a Minecraft custom thing. Did I ever make a Minecraft costume? I don't think I did. 60. I'm not a wine guy. I'm not a wine. I'm not much of a wine. Oh, I am drinking water now. Thank you, Bappi. All right, let's see here. That is up. Question. Well, So, all right. I want y'all's opinion on something. So, in response to some people's feedback, this costume in particular was a little unsettling between the two versions. So what I did is that I split them. Because this used to be just the blink animation was the jump. And then this was the talk animation. Right? So the question is, do we keep them separate? Or where it's like we stay as one or the one, and then we treat it as like two different costumes, or maybe even like a redeem where you can switch it? Or do we want to combine them back again? What's y'all's feeling on it? I can do pixel art. I will 100% make a pixel Mama Dodo. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Mama Dodo versus cooler Mama Dodo. Because it basically I'm asking is number A, B, or combine them again, where it's A, B. What are we feeling? What are we vibing? Because this is definitely the just cute, just creepy, and then the other one is combination of cute and creepy, which is usually what I like to go for. Is the combination of cute and creepy. But you want cute? What about you, Foxy? What are you feeling? Because we could... Because when I think about, like, flip a coin, 50-50 chance, heads you segregate the two, tails you combine. Alright. Alright. Google flip a coin. Let's see it. We're flipping a coin. Tails. We combine it. We combine them back again. Sorry, Puff. Well, you will get cute. I want the fusion. Ha! It's like, oh god. But I won't do it now. I won't do it now. We'll try to do it. We'll figure out doing it tomorrow. I'll stick with cute for today. I'll hold off because we separated it. So it's fine, I guess. It's fine. But yeah. Because I also think about, like, the cursed doll dodo. Well, when we were talking about it, Dragon, before, what I did was that I separated the two. Was that this was the jump, so the jump animation was the blink, so I just kept it as the two, and then I separated this as, like, its own thing. So this is what it used to be, and then when I didn't talk, it would be this. Right? But I talk a lot. So this is what you saw all the time. So what I was considering doing... oh, not this one. Whoops. What I was considering doing was making it so that it was a redeem where you, like, if you poke. It's similar to Cursed Doll Mama Dodo, for those that remember that. Where I had a cute little doll that if you poked it, then there could be the jump scare. Right? So the idea was you poke this, it becomes this for like a minute, and then it returns back to this. Yeah, the sudden Martha is really funny. And you know what I found kind of interesting? Just want to say that there was a certain somebody who said Chef Mama Dodo was the best costume so far in the Mama Dodo Museum, and yet was ranked below another costume in your tier list. Interesting. Just wanted to point that out a little bit. Just a little thing that I noticed. But for right now, we're gonna keep with cute. We'll do evil on. We'll switch to. I might have time. Hell yeah! List of films. All right. So what we're gonna do is, could I just copy Cursed Doll and then just do that? Because that's one of the things that I did. I don't tend to delete my redeems. No, I did. Yeah, here we go. Look. Where is toy trigger? Here we go. Poke visible. Delay. Oh my gosh, don't talk to yourself. Oh my gosh. Man, I did this all weird. Toy look, toy vibing. Okay. So it would be something like, hold on, let's see here. If I did this channel point redemption, let's look. If I did this little channel point redemption, and I just did poke the dodo. for like 250. We'll do 300. We'll do 200. Create. Okay. There we go. Poke. And then if I'm just like, oh, weird. It didn't spit out the thing. Is it because I'm in it right now? I'm like messing with it. Toy transition instead. It will just do. Let's make a new add. Except this one will add to. Let's see here. Or is it? Will be repo costume change. Repo costume change. That one goes transition. There's no trigger for it because of course there's not. It would just do. Sorry, hold on. I'll do this so y'all actually see what the hell I'm doing. That's a good streamer, right? We're gonna do it. Show, not tell. All it is we're gonna switch this to Shift F11. Is there an Shift F12? There is. Control F11? Yeah, we'll make this Control F11. Sign shortcut, Control F11. Okay. Keyboard press, Control F11. Then we wait. Delay. We're gonna only do 100 for right now, so that we can. And then favorite keyboard press Shift F11. Okay. And then this we're going to duplicate. This is repo trigger. And this one, we're gonna do. What was it? Shit. What was it called? This was. Dota potion, hydrate, poke. Just poke. I went all in and I won by a pair of threes. Hell yeah. Board game club? Hell yeah. Yeah. So I'm glad you had a good time. Oh, I need to refresh this, and the only way I know how to refresh it is to close it and open it again. So, 1 second. If you try to redeem anything, it just will not work. Just FYI. There we go. Now we look. Poke. Perfect. Okay. So we're on our normal one. La da da di da. Everything is great. Someone does poke. And oh. Oops. Hold on. It's wrong. Dodo event repo trigger costume change. There we go. Okay. Now we do it. I don't know what's happening. Y'all are doing stuff before I even get there. All right. Poke. There we go. Okay. All right, we're good. So, hold on. Let's do 30 seconds. So, 30 seconds. in milliseconds is what? 3,000? It's either 3,000 or 30,000. We're gonna try 3,000. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh. Okay. Nothing happened? Test trigger? Why is it broken now? Oh. Oh, wait. Wrong one. Okay, I get it. This one needs to be 3,000. Okay. I'm dumb. Oh. This is a duplicate. There we go. This was, I think, 100. I think. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, hold on. Okay, we're like this now. Okay, now we try this. Okay. Hey, there we go. There we are. Much better. So 3,000 is 3 seconds. That is 30 seconds. Okay. All right. There we are. We're good. Sweet. Okay. So that poke is now there for y'all to switch between evil and normal Mamadodo. Okay. Let me go ahead and switch back to this. Hell yeah. I know that it is already on stream. Let's see here. I think it's join private game. Not me. Join friend. Oh, there it is. Perfect. Okay. It will undo it, yeah. Oh, you can like mute yourself in game. That's pretty cool. Okay. Audio, focus right, blah, 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 blah. Okay, cool. I am live. Hey, Bappi, how are you doing? I think you're still in my chat, so hi. Right now, I just need to finish setting up my reactive. Do I have... I also need to update my thing. Authorize. Oh gosh, I'm gonna have to read. Which means I'm gonna have to sign back in. I'm gonna have to sign back in via the other Discord. Ugh, I hate when the Discord reactive undoes itself. Alright, let's see here. No, continue to app. Get me out of here. We need to do authorization. There you go. Huh? Setting up? Gotcha. Yeah. No worries, no worries. This is no rush. I'm still setting things up too. Let's add a new model. We're gonna do evil in other people's stuff. Yeah, we're gonna do evil. Evil in other people's chats. Let's go. What would be a good muted one? I think a good muted one would probably be that, but it's fine. I think it would probably be... Yeah, we'll just leave it the same. It's fine. It's fine. This one will be REPO. Save. And then we'll select this. Yeah. Yeah, so that way people know what I'm about. You know what I mean? Okie dokie. Artichoke. That was flat. I don't know. I don't even want to talk about that. And then we're gonna do Paleomancer pays for fossil fees by night lighting with REPO. With, oh gosh, let's get everyone's names up in here. Unless there's like a shortcut name for everything. Let's see here. Oh, I should probably get the friend code up. Let me do that. Now that I see that. Boop -a -doo boop -a -doo boop boo. Boop -a -doo boop -a -doo boop boo. All right.
Hello?
Hello. Hi.
Ah, what's that?
Not much. What's up with you?
Not much. I'm just setting up my little
Yeah.
and then I'm gonna hit live.
Hell yeah. I'm already live. Just a heads up.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I'm currently looking for the friend code so I could give that to y'all. I'm like, where is it? Where is it?
Yeah, I've slowly been collecting friends. All the friends. Okay.
Alright, where? Where?
I'm so dyslexic. I can't, and it's like.
Oh, here it is.
The names. Okay, there we go.
Okay, found it. Thank God. Alright. Now, if I can just... I should probably join the call and then deafen. I think that's what I'll do. Join call, deafen. Alright, perfect.
If you scroll up Idealist thing, his thing should be up in there. Yeah, and in the chat. I'll pin it because I'm also looking for it to add to the title.
And let's add you.
I know, baby. I don't know if my cat's coming from it.
A little bit, and it's very amusing. Love it.
Yeah, she's a boo-boo.
See, at...
Very much a screamer.
Hi, hi.
Hello.
Hello. How are you doing?
Teased. Okay, there's Bappi.
Okay.
Yay.
Double.
Everyone's okay.
Zero dark. Got you. Call.
Oh, that is not the music I want to play.
Do you guys want to do the share chat?
I'm down.
The what?
The shared chat.
Okay.
Yeah, we can do the share chat.
Oh, wait. I can't. Oh. I forgot we have to go on Chrome. Alright.
I got you, honey. 1 second.
Oracle zone. The Ranikki. Oh, trying to get everyone's ats.
There you go.
Ranikki. Ooh.
Yeah, if you go on my stream, you can copy past everyone.
Oh.
I just pasted all the ads. I'll put mine in.
Yeah, if you don't mind. I was like, but I don't have yours. That was the one that I was looking for.
Okay. I had to put a space between the app for me. Otherwise, it was just gonna at me in the chat.
Hated. There we go. And then, yeah. It was so funny. I actually had a bot earlier, earlier today, as soon as I went live, that part of the message that they sent was remove the space in the thing. They didn't do it. There you are. Okay. Hopefully that's everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6 of us. I'm including myself. Okay. All right. I always forget to myself in those situations.
Do you want me to make a shared chat? I can post the code.
Sure. I need to pull up Chrome because I use Opera and it does not work.
Yeah, same. That's why I'm putting up.
Click to accept. Well, it's not here yet. What do you mean it isn't here yet? I saw it on my thing. Okay. All right, Twitch, calm down. Calm down. All right. So everything's been updated. We're still waiting on people. Let me run to the restroom real quick. I will be right back. If that's all right with y'all, while we're still setting up.
Yeah, go ahead and do this. So if you go to the parameter settings and scroll down at the movement config, the X, Y, and Z is what controls how much you flail around. That help? Okay, how do I mute in Okay, it might be something we have to sit down with.
Okay. I should have sent you the invite for the thing. I don't know if you saw it. Wait.
I had made a shared chat. Do we want to use yours?
Oh, as you want. If you have that my is yours, it's fine. It's work too. You can.
Yeah, I'm good either way. Also, how do you mute in game? Is there a mod for that?
Yes, SB.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Yeah. I did that earlier when I was speaking to my chat.
Yeah, I love the.
Okay, so
icon.
you do your chat? Okay.
Yeah.
Let me.
It's the first link.
Oh, you sent a link on Discord. Wait. Oh yeah. Let me delete mine. Okay. I didn't. So sorry.
Dark's just trying to get his model all set, and he'll be joining.
Okay. Okay, we good. I mean, yay. Okay. When everyone is ready, we can start. But no, we can take some time to set up things a little bit. Oh, hello, Alex.
Okay, I am going to say hi to my chat real quick and do a little intro. So,
Okay,
we'll be
okay.
right back.
Hi, Doc.
No, I just changed the mic to not my actual mic. I think I got it. Why do you have a echo? Are you?
The X is
Okay, I'm back.
is being muted.
Welcome back.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello.
I'm
Hello.
gonna be switching over and saying hi to chat. A little bit.
Okay. Let's see here. What am I feel like hopefully I'm not missing anything else. Oh, I know what I could do. Instead, can I? Yeah, okay. In order for the Foogies, I think, to still work, I think we have to unmute and deafen in the call, and then put user volume to 0.
Yeah, we have to mute each. If you okay, yeah, I wanted to just put it there. But if we want it to work, even when we speak, we have to mute everyone.
Will it still work
No.
if we directly mute them, or do we have to set it to 0? Because I know setting it
No,
to
we
0
have to,
works.
We have to set it to 0.
Yeah.
I think we did that last time.
Yeah, and then I remember
I
forgot to
remember
take off.
because
Yeah.
you forgot. Yeah, exactly.
Set your output volume to 0. Just set your output volume.
Oh,
okay. Just
that's
much
so
easier.
much easier. Look at you,
Yeah.
so smart.
Okay.
My God, how do
Okay.
I output volume
No.
to 0? Okay. Now I'm gonna unmute put the rest of y'all to 100, and then I'm gonna forget and then talk, and I'm like, but I'm not muted. What's wrong? And it's gonna be the whole thing.
Exactly.
You got it. I think we're there.
Yeah. All right. Cool. So now it should function correctly. Hopefully. Got that. Updated the title. We're not on. Let's see if, because OBS always lies to me. I don't have trust issues. You have trust issues. Oh no, wrong. can't do it on here. And then this
yeah,
one.
because.
Okay, let me go ahead and down.
Neither of the quests.
Bring down the output, right? On Discord?
Just do output to 0.
Yeah.
And nothing else.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Okay, I have that all set.
Yeah.
Okay, let me...
Let's see.
See, once we have more people in, I'll have to do like a volume test just to make sure everybody's close to the same sound.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll do that.
And now... Okay.
I think so far y'all are sounding good.
Yes, good volume for me.
I got very confused for a second because I was like, why is Idealist so loud? I had to do it like 40% on REPO, and then I was like, oh wait, it's because of Discord. That's why.
There we go. Everyone is muted. Everyone, we all share chat. Let's go. Lovely. Okie dokie. I think we're all good now.
Yeah, I think
Now-
we're just waiting for the last two.
Yeah. But what that means is while I'm waiting, we are going we're going to make our guy look weird. Let's go.
You have a bunch of different ways to customize your character.
I did, but it looks like only one of them saved.
Wait,
Let's
do we have
see.
to put output volume or input volume at 0?
Output
output.
volume 0.
Okay, that's why I was like, you didn't mute yourself, we forgot, and I was like, no, I thought me, I forgot. I did the input volume instead of output. Okay.
Yeah, input would just mean that you couldn't hear anything.
Input would mean your voice wouldn't come through.
Yeah.
Output how much you hear others, which is why we set it to 0.
Okay. I like what's going on so far. That's funny. Oh. Okay.
Okay.
We'll do that. We'll do that. And then wait, hold on. Well, I do like green, but
Thank you for
purple makes more sense. Change color. Yeah. All righty then. Okay, I think I'm all. Wait, hold on. I remember what was the other thing I was gonna do. Just make sure that it says. Ah, I knew it. I knew it. It didn't update yet. Okay. Repo. And boop. Is it gonna do it? There we are. Okay. Title's been updated. Game has been updated. We're good to go.
Okay, we're good to go.
We're good to go.
Are you all ready?
I am. How about you, honey?
I am also
Are you
ready.
Oh, do
Yeah,
you know what
ready.
the mute button for the mod is, honey?
Not a clue.
B. So if you want to talk to chat, but you don't want to like
Oh.
speak in front of the monster, you press B.
I got this.
Ooh,
Okay.
that's
Then
so
let's go.
good to know.
Sorry about that.
Oh,
Okay.
Wait, Wait, is Oracle not here today? Oh, wait, okay. Okay,
Yeah,
nice.
we have 2 people joining us a little later on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's go.
Let's go. Oh, we are already in your map. Yeah, that's a few
Ooh.
mods. Like, not that much, but this one is a mod.
Ooh.
Ooh. Yeah,
I
I,
fa-
don't know what mods you put in, so I'm interested to see.
I found the last
not too much.
rhino.
I bought like a few mods to just in case, but not too much.
We want to just take it all the way.
Honestly, yeah. It's right here. Why not?
It's kind of big.
It do be kind of big. Rhinoceroses are a little big.
Okay.
Ooh. Alright.
There we go. He's just laying down for now.
Yeah. Alright, anything else in here? Nope. Alright, let's see.
Where's Ranikki? Did you send Clown to knife me?
Maybe.
I'm British, bro.
I didn't see nothing. I didn't see nothing, chat. I have a vase. That surely wasn't a sound to my right. I have a vase.
Oh, I found someone.
Oh, who'd you find?
Someone cool. You want to see it?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, on your right.
On my right? Okay.
On your right.
Oh! I think we have different definitions of cool.
Yeah. Oh, I think they found it too.
Uh-oh, that's going where Dark went.
Hi.
There's a scarecrow lady, and she's chasing Dark right
Ah, scissor lady. Yeah.
A plan.
No Miss Scissor
Oh.
Hands. Oh, she
What did we learn? We learned that people could jump. Can you spell jump? It's like Dora the Explorer, but horror version. Where is the scissor lady? Is it over here? No. Is it over there? No. Is this like a door that... Oh, I can open it. But too bad they, I cannot. Boom. Oh, here she comes. She's a scissor lady. Oh, here she comes. Charges through all the things that's worth a lot of money. Oh, here she comes. She's a man-eater. Well, man-cutter at the very least. I'm gonna borrow this.
Yeah.
Man-eater. Oh, here she comes. Better watch out if she eat you up. Oh, here she comes. Thank you.
Look at your monkey.
I try. Oh, monkey?
A monkey.
Monkey. Usually I have to pick those up for people because they're afraid of it. Which, to be fair, is fair. Have y'all seen the horror movie Monkey? It's so funny.
Diamonds is a girl's best friend.
I don't know if those are real diamonds. They seem to shatter real easy.
Whoa, but I can still pretend it's my best friend.
It's true. You have friends.
Oh, baby.
Did you find?
Yeah.
You found Dark Red.
You want to get in the car?
Dark is dead, but I don't remember where. Oh, I see. He's he died.
Oh, well.
My love.
Oh, here she comes. All yours. Oh, never mind. I got it.
I put you there so you're safe.
This is an expensive book. What is this, for college? Like, damn.
Yeah, money I left
What?
that in the game.
What? Did you not spend thousands of dollars on college books? Like I did.
No, they are free. Oh,
Oh, man. So
Okay.
lucky. You're so lucky. You're lucky I'm small. You're lucky I'm small. Let me at him. Let me at him. Nah.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, how you doing? Come here often?
Hi, baby. I just have a cat yelling at me.
If
Oh no, is it?
If I pretend I'm dead, like you, they won't kill me. Oh, don't you dare.
Bappi,
Don't you
why are
dare.
you
Don't you
fighting
dare.
that?
I'm out of here.
He's stuck in the wall. We cannot get it.
Oh, I thought you were going to grief. Okay, here we go. Okay, never mind.
No.
That's why I
No,
immediately
that
ran.
comes later. That comes later.
Oh, yeah, that's true. We have to wait
Let's
for
find
everyone to
some
get
trust.
here. We have to build
Let's get
up
some
for it.
trust
Mm-hmm.
first.
You need to build trust to betray trust. I get you. I get you. I have no idea, Scallion.
Okay, we bring back.
Yeah, so there's a button to sell.
Good job. Oh, did the lady disappear? Or did you kill her?
Probably.
Yeah, I think she despawned. I think
Yeah.
they stay out and about for like a few minutes and then they vanish.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
start breaking out into song sometimes. I have a Halloween playlist playing.
I literally was singing like 5 minutes ago, so you're good. I do that all the time. Oh, look, a little. Oh.
Oh.
Why do you have a little pig nose, honey?
I don't know. It was on the customers.
I was also considering. Yeah, check it out. Luckily the list isn't that long, so you can pick. The ones that managed to save was like this one. I think was the one that I was. Is this the one? Yeah, this is the one. It's supposed to also come with Patrick's Star Pants, but we don't have that installed.
Oh, the skins.
Let's see here. We got.
I put my way there.
Do we have shared upgrades for this or not?
I think no, because I will.
Nope.
No. Oh, wait.
Okay.
Let me check.
Okay.
No, we don't. No,
We
don't.
do not. We do not. Okie dokie.
We cool, but I was like, I don't know what. Oh.
Gotcha.
1, 2, 3.
Let's see. We have stamina. Ow.
You went it. Okay,
something
we
again,
should
I'm
be
gonna
fine with that. Is there a strength you can buy or not?
Get over it.
Oh yeah, with the
Get over it.
Hey,
Sting stream.
No. I have a strength. You cannot beat me.
Oh, that's true. Ah! Ah! No, please! Please, no!
It's coming through. I think it's all coming through.
Oh, no.
I think you're good.
The double jump didn't bite you.
I just want to know that the volume's balanced. I know it's coming through.
I think we can buy that.
The
We
game
can buy it
can't
in
get
later,
too
maybe.
Let's see here. The stun grenades are
enough
kind
for
of
everyone.
meh.
Yeah, but oh.
I'd
can you
maybe
go
turn the
please?
game down just
Wait.
a smidge, but otherwise
Wait.
it's
Oh,
not
yeah.
that bad.
Oh, yeah, perfect. All right,
Okay.
give me up.
Okay.
Uppies.
Wait,
Oh,
wait.
oh,
Okay.
Hold on. Oh,
Wait. Let me jump. Got you.
okay.
Okay.
Perfect.
No. No.
Oh, here she comes. Better watch out, she'll eat you up. Oh, here she comes. Let's do head power upgrade. Yeah, this one. She's a man eater. All right. And we have enough for one head upgrade. Yay!
Oh no.
What do we learn?
Okay.
Yeah,
wait,
I'm actually not at a good ping right now. I
Oh,
was
yeah,
wondering why I was so laggy earlier.
Okay. So the thing is, I was like 2 iPods in Europe or in US, and the thing is, now we are even. But I know Owe is in Europe, and
Where do we see
later.
ping?
Yeah.
And I know if we go in the US, wait, Sebastion will have like 300 ping.
Oh.
Hello everyone. Hi Lulu.
So
Hey, Lulu.
not much ping.
I'm just not used to the like good ping because I'm always playing with Americans. So when I put like when
Yeah,
there's a
you're
French
stuck
host,
with
I'm
me.
like, damn, good ping. What the hell?
Yeah, yeah, totally same.
Yeah, my ping's good.
What's that?
We actually do
wait,
some
wait.
DVD at some point. I can hold
I wanna
the
vote.
5-gen chase like it's nothing.
Where did you put the grenade?
What is this?
Did you get some
Not put
grenade or
on
not
me.
from a player?
Oh, it's a roll drone.
Oh,
It makes you
yeah,
roll.
Why is it not rolling?
It
It's
should.
not rolling.
There you go.
Oh, no, you are.
Just shit. I missed.
Oh, I almost
You
got
can live
in.
your dreams of being a Sonic OC.
I almost got in. Ow!
She's in.
Oh my.
She's in. Oh. How are y'all
Wanna
doing?
say hi to chat?
Fucking ads.
Wanna say hi to chat, Melody?
Ooh, extra jump. That would have been nice.
Oh,
That's fine. Gotta love the extra jump upgrades.
Yeah, did you take a grenade for a ping or not?
This
The what now?
should be- If I've set my ads up correctly, I should get 3 minutes of ads per hour.
That's how I usually go about it. Yeah.
I guess we can buy.
Yeah, because I was getting like a minute and a half every like 20 minutes. I was getting.
Yeah, I think it's a minute and a half every 30 or 3 minutes for every hour. But you can't. It won't go up any more than that. As far as
Yeah.
like
What keeps doing it? Oh no.
Don't you dare.
Sebastian's trying to collaborate. Hold on, how do we get...
Yeah,
Sebastian
we can.
in the call?
Accept?
Oh,
I accepted it earlier, but I never joined the stream together.
I don't know if
'cause
that
we
makes
already
sense.
have
I don't know if they're together.
it. How do I get...
I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah, Sebastian's in the Discord right now, but all of us have our output, like, can't hear them.
Yeah. If you can hear us, we're figuring it out. Oh,
Okay, wait. Before starting back, we can edit there. Okay.
Yeah, we can hang out for a second.
Ugh, hanging out. Ugh.
Session. Yay.
Oh my god.
It is time to do the West South.
Yeah.
There are an insane amount of dress ups, but you can get some funny outfits.
Oh, I have a straw hat. Like.
Yeah. They I've done a handful of other mods where they really expand on the customization stuff. It gets a lot. Very overwhelming very quickly.
I've
There's
had like
one that's my
Dr.
favorite, is like this
Eggman
cutesy one that just like adds like at ears.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
yeah.
It's able. I'm a girl.
Sometimes there's like too many customizations, and I just like go in my life away trying to figure it out.
If I remember, I'll post the mods that I've played before in the group chat so that y'all can comb through if you so desire.
Yeah. Thank you, Sebastion. I don't know if you can hear me through Discord all that well, but thank you. I appreciate it.
My titles work. Oh, what is supposed to?
That is a good question.
No, they're not blue.
Oh, Big Brother's watching. Hold on. I have a solution for this.
Oh, no, they are.
Flashbang! If I block the camera, they can't know what we're doing. There we
Oh my
go.
gosh, this cat is very insistent on right now. Bringing me her spring, and then I throw it,
There
she
we
brings it
go.
back like
So
fetch.
now they won't know that we're keeping them from seeing us. I'm gonna recharge the flashbang. Alright, enjoy your nap, Scallion. If you get woken up by us screaming, know that it's not me that's screaming.
There we go.
More than likely. I can't promise anything.
Okay. I think I am going to do
I will.
straw hat.
You too.
That is hilarious.
I'm gonna do the straw hat on my head. I'm gonna channel my inner Luffy.
What was this one? Oh, the other one didn't save. Oh. Boo!
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, put some skin. I don't.
Wait, okay. Maybe.
Oh,
I have
there it
too
is.
many headpieces. Hold on. That's better. Oh, honey, you wanna hear something funny?
What?
Something actually funny that happened to Twitch.
Hey.
Fabian's mum showed up in person to her panel.
Oh my gosh.
I'm the one guy who sits by you when there's so many open spaces on the bus, but just sits right next to you for no reason.
Yeah, like.
Ah, I found it!
This is like you're on like you're on the like.
Yeah.
Just like those 6'1" men and like trying to not intrude each other's space. And then,
I've taken both armrests and I'm in the hallway seat, and I keep you from getting up to go to the bathroom.
You like drape your head.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't like the middle. Like the middle of the side, like at the window.
Well, you're super tall too.
So I imagine you need a lot of leg room then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The one time we've actually flown a plane together, like, I don't know why you ended up with...
What was that?
The one time we've flown together, you ended up I took the aisle seat when I'm the short one. I should have been in the middle.
Yeah.
So here.
I don't. It's like the aisle seats. Like I keep getting whacked by the flight attendants. Bro.
Oh no.
They smack me as they go by.
So what do y'all feel about the idea that the middle seat gets both armrests? Because in my mind, it goes, window seat has the advantage of like being able to see out the window and control the window. Your middle seat gets both armrests, and then the aisle seat doesn't have to worry about like getting across people. They can leave and come as they so desire. So every one of them has advantages in its own way.
I see the point. I see the point.
They design it that way. They try and give something. I need to lean on something to like rest my head on. That's why the middle seat is really rough.
Something that I just thought of, they could easily have just put additional armrests for each seat. Now that I think about it, they could have just given every chair both armrests, but they don't. Well, huh. So that's a design flaw. I blame airlines now. Never mind. This is the things we need to discuss now. More armrests. More armrests. We will not stand or sit.
Ready for economy micro, honey? That's gonna.
Where am I going? Where are you putting me?
Oh, what the?
I can't wait for it.
We're
to
charging
be
you
like
up.
Economy mini. It'd be like economy nano, economy micro, economy plus, economy giant,
Economy giant.
No, that's what it's gonna be one day. It's gonna be like economy nano, economy.
Oh.
Micro, economy.
Go ahead.
There's so many different economies now. Like
I would buy an economy micro, which it's just like you get on the plane and they don't serve you anything. I'd do it.
Economy micro, you get one small seat. And that's it, like in the corner.
Like it's like a Barbie chair seat. It's super tiny. It's not you're actually just sitting on the floor. With
It's a seat for ants.
Hair up your butt.
Business class.
I
Small,
guess
partially owned local
we can maybe
business
start.
class.
I don't know.
Okay, let's give it.
I don't know.
We can start this next one.
How about people pick up the upgrades they want to pick up?
Oh yeah.
It's not shared, so.
We had some
Wanting
upgrades.
stamina because the
I took one
recon
stam.
stuck my ass.
There is no shared. But when Sebastion will be ready.
I'll take strength then.
Yeah. Is everything okay with Sebastion?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, let's see. Let's see.
They should be in the. I don't.
I hope she didn't crash because I know she have some problems sometimes.
Okay.
I didn't put that much about it.
Oh, like
for
her,
that.
like her computer exploded. type
Yeah.
thing?
We'll
We'll
see.
keep an eye out.
We got this.
I think the next time somebody wins, I think it might be to go back to the menu because I think, from at least my experience, the mod that's responsible for
To join in the middle of the game.
it doesn't ever work.
Oh, okay.
So we'll go back to the menu and then.
You mean it don't work anymore? Or it don't work all the time.
I've never had it work to where they're able to.
Oh, for me it always worked. I mean.
Oh, really? It might have
Yeah.
gotten fixed. I've just never been able to get it to work.
Nothing. Whee!
Nothing.
Alright, what do we got? What do we got? With the potion room. Couldn't handle my strongest potions. Or my lunchbox. Is this what this is? Is that what? No, this is a jewelry box. Never mind. Well, you could eat rocks and then it would be a lunchbox.
Lunch me!
You got the potion? Okay.
The potion? I got the potion. Oh.
Oh, look!
So close.
Look, it's me!
Imagine you hit the duck and it like gets mad at you.
Oh, we got Santa, by the way.
Oh, duck.
Santa?
Oh, Mr. Samurai.
Isn't his name like Thug or something? I don't even remember. It's something like that.
The Dredge.
Or Smack? Dredge. That's what it was. Yeah, Dredge is too slow and ugly. Hey, how you doing? Just don't let it see you. And everything's good. Everything is fine, everything is good. Especially if... everything that I wanted to rhyme with that is probably not appropriate. Ooh, nice. I'm gonna go away before he gets mad. I'm sorry.
I was just standing here.
I tried to get it above your head and I failed. So it's not you. That was an accident. Oh. Hey guys, they put me in the game.
Oh! Goblin.
Goblin. Oh, well.
Oh, it's no. Oh no, it's no. Come here.
Come on.
I love the fact that Bappi's yellow and don't follow him, so it just makes him look like.
Y'all are gonna think I'm
You are not.
Father. What else we got in here? You got in here? Yeah, do we got any free? Oh, ooh. Ooh. Aha! I have a ring. Okay, we got this. Have y'all seen?
Wing for me.
Have y'all seen any of the devlogs for this game?
The what?
The devlogs where
you mean
they
the
talk.
last one?
Well, I mean them talking about like the Halloween update that they're going to be doing soon.
I saw it.
Oh, I haven't
yeah.
seen any of that. No.
Yeah.
There's a new monk.
There's gonna be a bunch of new monsters from what I hear.
Because this game
Really?
came out
Yeah.
really early and didn't it? So this is their first Halloween.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
gonna try to go all out on it, and I'm excited for it. I'm all for it.
And I hope there's like a hole
Is that a wad of cash?
All
My
that
God.
is $500.
I was about to say me when I stream, but man, that is just a lie. That's
It
just
reminds me
not
of, like,
real.
Fallout New Vegas, where it's like the pre-war money is worth like actually what it would be, and it's not a lot.
Ooh, good cap off, by the way. All right, what's over here? Anything decent? Oh, that's boarded up. That's also boarded up. Okay, cool. Glad I wasted my time with that. I needed stamina recovery. That's what I need. Because damn, I be out of shape, and also in the game. I see one more little yellow thing over there. All right.
There's
Maybe-
one room we haven't been to.
Oh, there's a one walking. There it is.
Oof.
Oh, I'm glad for that.
There, yeah.
Oh, okay. There's a book and a goblin.
Okay, and I'll get the other one.
There's a thing on the bed too, on the top of it.
Oh. I'll put this out here then for other people to grab. This one's more important. Ugh. Ugh. Gotta move. Gotta move. Gotta move. Someone pissed off their kid. I wonder who that is.
I'm fine.
I'm surprised. That thing usually kills me in a corner in a random room. That's usually how it goes. Since we have two, I don't think we need to go too crazy with this first one. So, oh, never mind. They're already.
Yeah. Okay,
Never
yeah,
mind.
so
You're.
request to collaborate from Sebastion. Are they doing alright?
I think.
Don't know shit. I don't know shit. That's on Discord. Oh, son of it again. Yes, wait.
I'm not sure what's happening with that. I'm just trying to get them in.
Oh, we don't go. Oh, you did the automatic. The automatic thing is off. Got you. I'm gonna just do the first one because the second one's right over there.
I like your
Pay attention to your kid, Bappi. Classic father, am I right? There's so many potions, like damn. Who did that? Who did that? Psh. Who broke the thing? That's whoever did that is lame. Anyway, yeah, someone was really lame and broke like one of the things when the thing came down. It's kind of crazy.
Oh, good boy. Well, good boy.
Yeah.
You're a good boy.
Oh, okay.
We'll send you to Jesus.
Dude, ain't so nothing.
Whoop, almost caught it. There you go.
My son went to other place to see.
Oh, so he went to college. Got it. Oh, guy. Santa. Grudge or whatever it's called. Who's slapping? Better not be Grudge or whatever his name is.
I got slapped by my friend Draco. And oh my gosh,
I am the one who slaps. I don't see anything else, so I'm just gonna put this right in.
Am I stuttering?
You were stuttering very badly.
Yeah,
okay.
It was cutting out a little bit. Let's head back.
I'm wondering if that is
Oh.
a connection for you.
I'm just gonna hit it.
I who slaps
Y'all don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Get out of here. Oh,
He's Angry Santa.
Angry Santa. Wow, he's also blind.
Hello. Do you have eyeball?
Yeah.
Anyway, I have an
Do you have eyeball? Yeah. Oh boy.
I'm dead. No, I'm not.
Oh well, you're not. You liar.
I lied here.
Welcome, Ellen. Thank you for following the peeps. All right. What are you? Who?
Oh, honey, where are you?
Listen, we just met. I don't know if we're at honey status yet.
No,
Oh boy.
I'm
Woo!
alive.
About that. I don't think you are.
Is somebody dead?
Maybe.
Honey, no.
Hey, little guy. Do you recognize me? Did you? Well. All right.
No, they
Oh.
just they just said.
Oh. Oh man. To be fair, Mamadou does look like one of them and then started talking like a human. So maybe that was more of like a uncanny valley reaction.
Oh.
Oh,
I see.
good job.
I saved you.
Okay.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Okay.
How are we doing on our fifth?
I think once we get back into the truck,
Yeah, maybe go
I
on.
think
Can we
it
start
should.
the both worked, I think.
We get to the truck, she should be able to do it. Right? I think we just need to speed run the shop here and then either go.
I need to move y'all. Where's the where's the Discord reactive? Nope. Wrong thing. Haha.
There's no string.
Discord reactive. Do, 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 do. There you are. Like that. There we go. That's a little better.
Speed.
A little.
Okay, it looks like Sebastian's in the shared chat, so we just need to get.
Yeah. We just to get there in the game after we did the shop. So let's do the shop really fast.
Ooh, we don't have enough.
I'm scared.
I honestly just buy it.
I'm so mad.
Just buy some great. You can buy like 1 or 2 more. Hey, wait! Hey, this guy is dangerous.
Ooh, range upgrade. We'll do the cheaper range upgrade.
Ranikki is dangerous.
I just wanted to hear the thugs pattern.
Oh, okay.
Map play account upgrade.
How's everybody doing on health?
Oh, I'm full.
Yeah, I'm full.
51
excuse
HP.
me, you're gonna have to pay for that,
Oh yeah,
Sir?
Dark's gonna need some health.
sir. You're gonna need to pay for that, sir.
I can spare you some health.
But
Oh no, you can't. You can't.
pay for
there-
shh.
No, please! I'll call the cops! I'll call the cops! I'll call the cops! No, sir! Sir, calm down! I don't get paid enough to get it. We don't get work comp.
I don't know what's happening.
Get them to
Everything and nothing. At the
I
same time.
can't fix them teeth you hit me.
I'm back.
Okay.
Whoa.
We might need to go to the menu and see.
Probably.
Yeah, let's see if we can.
How do you, is it
Yeah.
Sebastion? I'm terrible with reading.
Do we restart? Okay, do we have to take the upgrade now? I don't think so.
We'll ask in a moment. Let's take the upgrades
Wait.
now, I see. Oh, shit.
Where's
I
my
wanna
speed?
hold the stamina back.
I love your typing speak, old man.
Oh yeah,
Let's see
my
if
bad.
we can
Probably.
get-
From the keyboard, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, as a robot, I understand this.
2 crats rest.
Wait.
No, go small, go small.
What?
Yeah!
Are you gonna put them in the blender?
I'm gonna put him up on top of the screen.
Yeah, this is my hanger. Oh.
I think you might be able to put them above this pipe, like in the corner, if you're looking for a spot to put them.
Okay. Here we go, honey.
Hold on, what has happened to my stream? Am I seeing this?
Thank you for the
No,
bits,
hold on.
Dragon.
I think it's fine.
Appreciate
Thank
you.
The dragon, the goat.
The goat! The goat! The goat!
Oh, no, that's fine. That's fine.
You're safe from the monsters up there, kinda.
Pull myself down.
If there's an eyeball, then you're dead. But everything else, you're pretty good.
Everyone. Okay, I think
You kind of, it's kind of like he's like peeking over, being like, he goes, "Hi."
Yeah.
I see your.
You finally get to watch us live, Dragon, because you're not in bed by that point. So happy.
That's how I feel with like most of the time I stream so late. This is like one of the few times I actually stream early.
No, this is usually the time that I stream, and then I stream with West Coast people later on, and then by that point, no one's awake. everyone's asleep. I get maybe a few people, and they're like, "Hey, it's 3 a.m. Just saying hi. I'm gonna go to bed."
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, that's fair. I guess.
Yeah.
So I was
usually
really.
start streaming around 6 my time, and that's usually when like my East friends are like, we have to, you know, take a pee.
Mm-hmm.
Please, honey, I don't know what's up with your mic. Please check the in-game settings.
I can check. I might just be
Because
lagging.
Um,
Try
it,
and rejoin.
Getting really rough.
it may be that. It may also be. Do you have like a hard cutoff for certain volumes on OBS?
No, it's in game.
No, it's in.
Oh, okay.
No, not. Let me see if I just. Is there a way to? Do they have like a limit?
A limiter? No, at least not in this in the game.
Yeah, I don't know why
Wait,
it's
let me
troubling. It
try
might be
to
just like not
check
picking up
the
voice.
best
It might just be your ping. What's your ping at?
Sebastion.
I don't know how to check what my ping's at.
I honestly don't know either. I do not know.
Yeah. I think what we could do, I don't think. Yeah, it's not working for Sebastion being able to join, so I think we could go to the menu and maybe that might fix my mic as well.
Alright,
Yeah. Let's do that.
Alright.
I will starting the same password.
Okay,
Yeah, I
sounds
think
good.
we can start the same one. It's just we have to go to the menu.
Yeah, we can. We
Take
start
the
the same.
upgrades in case we need them. It might.
I await the invite.
Okay.
Wow. Go back.
We have triggered the duck. The duck! Alright, while we're doing this, I'm going to put a quick cooldown on the poke. Just a quick one. All it is just like the, I just want to put a minute. Nothing crazy. But I don't want people to be like, I poked it, nothing happened. You know what I mean? Cooldown, 1 minute. Perfect. Boop. Just does it twice. Okay. Join friend. They're not joinable yet. they did join the whole thing. Watch game, invite to watch. No, I want to join. I want to join you. I want to join. Axolotl down. We'll get him next time. Who is Eos again? I don't remember. Okay. Join friend. Kiba. Oh, here we go. Perfect. Boop, boop, boop.
It made it.
You didn't even need to send me an invite.
I just did the.
Yeah, you can join with that. Goodbye.
We
Hi.
will. Hi.
Hello.
Is my mic a little bit better?
It's okay until it's not. I know that's not helpful in the
Okay.
slightest, but
I
at least
think
90% of
what
the
it
time
is
it's
I
fine.
think it's not. Yeah, I think what it is I think it's not picking up my voice. Let me move my water bottle.
Well, I mean, it's fine, and then you turn a little robot, and then you go back to fine. It's kind of like
Yeah, it's probably my. I don't.
For me, it completely cuts her out. I just get nothing.
Oh, see, I still get like a little bit of something, which is why I thought it was a limiter thing, because it went up and in and out like rapid fire. But yeah,
Yeah, it might just be my ping.
imagine having over 100 ping. Can't be me.
No, but Dodo's fine.
Yeah.
Have you tried being a dodo? Would that help your situation in the slightest?
Maybe not.
I'm just saying, it might be a human issue. I don't know. Or human-esque shaped.
It's probably an elf issue then.
Elf issue. Yeah. Classic elf issue,
Yeah.
Technology.
Technology doesn't want to work with us.
Especially with how fast technology goes, it's honestly not surprising in the slightest. They're like, I just got this
Yeah.
yesterday, and it's like, just a brick of a phone. It's like, nope, missed it.
Nope, it's been 2 decades.
Yeah.
That's a flip phone.
Yeah, it's
What do
like
you
how.
mean? I just got it the other day.
Yeah, it's like, what do you mean? It's been like a couple decades. Technology doesn't go that fast, and it's like, ooh, well, oops.
No, once a year, my good elf.
Not even once a year nowadays.
Yeah, it honestly is crazy just how fast it goes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well,
let's see if
luckily
we
it's slowing
can-
down a little bit. I honestly would have think there would be more nickels than that, Dragon. Just saying. people do love dragons.
Yeah, I have so many dragon friends at this point. I feel like I'm just collecting dragon at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Every time I make a new streamer friend, I'm like, okay, what are you? I'm a dragon VTuber. Dang it! like, I
Right,
like now.
Owie, which is supposed to join later, she's a Valorant VTuber too.
Aw.
Though I will say, I am a paleomancer. I'm just speaking through Dota. They're like a megaphone. They're like a telephone, but you know, older than the brick ones that y'all are used to. Man.
Also, honey, I don't know if you know this, but you're muted in Discord, so I think
I
it
know.
has like the mute button on the. Like,
The game doesn't want to start itself? Let's see. Are you opening it in the Thunders? What is this thing called? Thunderstorm mod.
I don't know.
Oh.
do we want to like mute in game and then like make it to where we can hear each other in Discord,
Yeah.
Oh, we can do
so
that.
we can properly communicate a bit better?
Yeah. Mute in game. And make it so that we can see of everything that we can be. Alright.
Okay, so
Hello?
I'm doing like shit because nothing's working. My game doesn't want to work. Everything's crashing.
Oh,
Okay.
no.
like
Okay.
your game is not opening at all?
Hello.
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 We can
We can
hear
hear
you.
you.
I'm
Bye.
just not doing
You're still talking in game, by the way, honey.
Alright, let's get this.
Gotcha. There we go.
Yes, Sebas, we mute in game so we can stick on Discord.
Yeah, we're here
Yeah.
on Discord now.
I'm sorry it's not working for you. Is it
Oh,
like you're trying to open?
They're gone.
Oh.
They might be restarting their stuff.
I was gonna say, I was gonna recommend them streaming their screen to Discord so we can help in.
Yeah. Yeah, my guess is that that the game isn't wanting to open up on Thunderstore for some reason.
Okay, I was gonna ask if they're opening it through Thunderstorm or not, because I haven't seen them confirm that they're doing that,
Yeah.
or if their version is currently on the beta version, because I know I've switched back and
Yeah.
forth, and if you try to open on the
I
wrong
don't-
one,
I'm probably not on the version, but yeah, maybe we can try without mod too. I don't know if you are okay with it, but
I'm fine with that
I'm okay
mod.
with either.
Yeah, these mods aren't super crazy, so
Oh.
going without it isn't like.
no, she's
Gosh, sorry, I don't think it's gonna work. Yeah, let's just do normal. Let's just do modless.
Okay. We can do that.
I'd rather have modless and play with everyone than do modded and leave people out. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's probably not how you spell modless, but that's what I'm going with.
yeah.
Damn you, autocorrect ruining my
Modless
ability
is
to
goody.
spell.
Ah, you have autocorrect on Discord?
No. Just,
Oh,
I mean,
I don't-
it made it so that I'm not good at spelling because I could lead on it.
So I will go ahead and close my game then.
Yeah, let's break
We'll
this
make a
one
new
down.
lobby.
New lobby, new lobby. Regular repo at this day of age. What is this, 2024?
Oh, well, we do.
I don't know if you played recently, but they added a couple of things in the vanilla stuff, like there's some item and stuff.
Discord does take quite a bit of power. When I look at
Yeah.
my 25 different open tabs on Opera,
got you. I have so many tabs open right now.
I literally have a redeem that forces me to go and close tabs that I don't need because it became an issue. I think when I was first called out on it, I had 56 tabs on 8 different windows.
Oh, good lord.
Lordy.
Yeah.
I just realized I'm missing 2 tabs. I'm missing my mix it up and my my thing to like hit, like for my chat to throw stuff at me.
Oh yeah.
Let's make it even worse.
Let's go. I didn't. I have not applied the abuse your streamer part yet.
Yeah.
Boop, boop.
Okay, let me get that up, and then I need to make sure my Spotify is in front of it so I don't.
Sebast, are you okay? Is it you starting it without mod?
Yeah.
Wait, even without mod?
Make sure that you've unmuted yourself in Discord if you haven't already. Oh wait, I'm hearing you, so that's impossible. Never mind.
You speak on Discord.
Yeah.
It's like you are hearing me through Discord. What do you mean?
Let me open up my repo. Hi, baby.
Cat! Cat!
Baby.
Screams from the thing. Just
That
rah!
menace.
Yeah, she's currently sitting on my desk, wanting little attentions. Earlier, she hopped up on my chest while we were playing, and she was like licking my face, and I was like, "Bruh, why?"
So cute. They also wanted to be supportive in a scary repo game.
Exactly. She just wanted to make sure Mama was okay.
Exactly.
Hey, I know you wanna play. You wanna play.
But I assure you that all 64 tabs are absolutely necessary until they're not.
Yes.
A lot of them are like the social stuff. The other one are just like, most of the time it's I open a tab, I use it, and then I forget to close it. That's 80% of what those tabs are. Have a good one, Illyrian. Do I have-
Is the mute button in game just a thing in game permanently now?
I guess so.
Yeah.
I didn't
Oh.
know that.
I think they
I'm
added
so
it.
worried about that.
If I remember correctly, they added it shortly after it really like spiked in popularity because I think a lot of streamers were complaining about it. So they
Oh
were
my
just like,
gosh.
we're just throwing it in there. All right, while we're setting things up, we'll just do a quick edit. We're still on share tab.
Say
Good.
hi. I gotta go study for my exam. Good luck with your exam, Illyrian.
Good luck with your exam.
You'll do great. I'm sure you'll ace it,
Yeesh.
even
Also,
if you
honey,
didn't
talking
study.
in game, so.
You're the only one who doesn't have the X on their face.
We must
Conform,
silence
conform, conform.
I am sensible. There you go.
you.
X.
I'm now an X user.
Wait, does it?
Oh no, don't go that far.
Oh wait, I hear that now. Never mind. No.
Hmm? No?
I was not. There wasn't even a joke behind. Oh my god, I didn't mean to say. You are that was not playing through the Spotify right now.
Yes, it's what popped up on my fucking Halloween playlist. I don't know why it popped up.
Oh my god.
I'm finding a different one. Spooky vibes.
You get the best of beats, such as Baby Shark.
Yes. I think Are you trying to load the game with no mods, right, Sebastion? Because I think we switched to non-modded.
Oh, say someone. So I guess. Wait. I think it's at fault because. Oh no! It was saying she was joining, I think. So I don't know.
I don't know if she can. Is she able to hear us?
I have
I
no
hope-
idea.
I hope so.
I've not been getting any responses, so I'm not sure.
The password. It's I sent it in the Discord. I sent it earlier in the Discord story. But yeah, we speak a lot since then.
Yo.
Okay.
You better not be chewing that big.
If that's all that's blocking.
Sorry about that.
No.
Didn't mean to chew on
Should
that.
be
My
fine.
bad.
Okay. I
Don't you give me sass. You're not supposed to chew that. Wait.
Then why
That's
is
right,
it
I'm coming over
chewing
there.
shaped?
Exactly. I'll be right back. Let me.
Alright.
Love you.
No, you can't chew that, baby girl. You're gonna electrocute yourself.
Proceeds to give them a wire that's not plugged into anything. That's why it's something to chew. Oh, let's go!
yeah.
Holy
it's
shit.
working.
We did it, Reddit.
It's working.
Okay, let's put
Mute
your
a Discord.
outputs on in Discord.
Yeah, no, Discord, let's go!
Okay, put your outputs in the at 0 in Discord.
Yup.
So you can
Or
still have the
output.
3 working. And we can begin game.
There we go.
There we go. Yeah.
Okay, output is 0.
Okay, everyone ready?
Let's go!
Holy hell, that's 200.
Oh, Bappi, you got the same bot I did. Get him out of there.
Okay. Finally got it figured out.
I am glad we got it figured out.
Why it's taking so much time? To That's weird.
I'm hoping it's not because one of us crashed.
Or
no.
everyone, we're not doing modded, right?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no mod.
Just making sure. Let's make sure it's not me because I could be dubbed. Nope, it ain't me. Okay, good. I'm even just closing it because it be tempting
close your
me.
game.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh,
It
there
was
we
just
go.
taking some time. Fine.
Just double check everybody.
I blame the people with over
Everybody's
100
live.
ping. Yeah.
Are you alive?
Mm-hmm.
Yay!
Let's go!
We'll figure that out in a second.
It would be a shame if I died immediately after all that.
Don't jinx it.
No,
Ah,
I'm the shield. Yeah, every time.
I don't know. The nun really has it out for me in this game. I don't understand it, but oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, just everything has to be the
All right, let's check out this room. Ugh. Hello. I'm here to steal your radioactive plates because there's no
You
plates.
need them to put your radioactive food on it.
Yeah, there is no plates in here. I don't know. I misspoke. I got a
Sebastion,
tube.
Am I the only one hearing an echo? I think it's coming
Oh,
through
speak of the
Sebastion.
nun. She's over there. Whatever you do, don't let her know I'm here. I'm not
Yeah,
here.
Death fodder. Where is she?
Behind you. I'm just gonna close this door. Y'all have fun.
There's something. Ooh.
Something over here.
We have a vase! Nothing can ruin this day, not even a nun that would kill me immediately. That'd be cringe, and no one wants to be cringe. Alright, I'm going in backwards to tempt fate. Huh. I'm all good. Usually that gets me killed.
There we go.
Alright, y'all have fun with
Bappi. There we go.
the water cooler.
Yeah, it's on.
Man, that's a lot of alcohol.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
This is
Oh,
big
no.
box.
Nothing's over there, don't worry about it.
Oh.
The nun might be coming over to this room from this open door, just a heads up.
Okay, let's close the door.
Close every door.
Lock her out.
We're safe, we're safe.
Because it gives us time to.
Can absolutely open the door. You know?
You were right about death fodder.
Why did I sound like RTD2?
You did a little bit. I didn't want to say anything, but you did certainly have the spirit of it.
Oh no!
I need to clip that and edit that.
Please do. Send it in the group
Okay.
chat when you do.
Okay, I will.
Okay. She's gone. She's looking for me. I know she
For
is.
now.
Hey, how are you doing?
Where is she?
She's 2 rooms away, something like that.
Okay.
Something's radioactive.
I have the radioactive thing.
Break it up, ash and dust. Trying to sing it the normal way and not definitely not the
No,
right
watch out,
way.
Don't go there, don't go there, don't go there. Go to
You're
the
gonna-
cart. She's right there. She's...
She's right there.
she's-
Do you think if I give her diamonds, she'll like calm down a little bit?
No.
You can try. Nah, let him try.
Okay. I'll let him try, but I'm not gonna save him from being murdered. Let's see how it unfolds.
Will you marry me? Oh wow, didn't even look at me.
Oh. Sorry.
Haha! I'm the wiener! So how's it going? It sounds like it's going well. Hey guys, how you doing? You know what? Let me just swipe this. I'll just take them over. Let's go! I'll resurrect you, don't you worry. You can't talk to us, unfortunately. But it's okay. Just sit there, sit in the corner. Think about what you've done wrong. I put him in timeout. Hello.
I put it on the cart and it blew up. What do you mean the ping?
No, I'm just saying maybe it could also be like you're used to compensating for the pain.
No, it's the same scenario. It makes no difference.
The tippy taps.
Oh no. Bappi appears to perish.
I was wondering who that
Bring him back. 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 That's wild. That's brutal. That's. Oh, you're dead for the rest of this gameplay. Like it's on site with you.
ever helping you again.
It's on site.
Serena.
Hi, Sipa.
My game roll, you're not
So you should be able to. It should be mixed in with the game audio.
Yeah, let me see.
Oh.
Oh yeah, because it's different from the modded. There we go. Yeah, y'all can
Oh.
heard
Mm.
like at all. Oh. At least that was only one round. Thank you, Draco. I appreciate it.
I know.
Thank you.
If you use OBS, I do. No, actually, it is a specific window. I don't know why it didn't switch over for you. That's weird.
Yeah, I think it was like because it was a different window because of the modded.
Right. Usually, I select at least an OBS where it's like specific window or like the closest relative to it, and then I don't run into those issues.
It's nice.
But
Yeah.
this wasn't one of those cases. It just auto switched. That's weird.
Oh yeah, this one is one of the new thing. It's kind of
Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
bridge.
mine's done it too, and it's on the correct document.
Yeah, did it happen to you as well?
I felt.
Boo.
I felt on you. Yeah.
Yes, but
Wait,
it's on the right EXE.
Stamina,
Wow.
darkness and light. Stamina.
Repo, Draco to the rescue.
no,
Draco
no.
to Repo.
What are you
Well,
trying
there
to do?
goes a good clip.
Wait,
Fuck
where's the
this,
loop?
man. I
Yeah,
don't know.
I lost two clips with that.
Yeah, where's the piece?
Come on, friend.
Oh, it's here, it's here.
Okay, we can do a little bit more.
Please.
Let's see, you're 7.
Happy.
Let's do another health and then another stamina.
Jump up here.
There we go. Oh, we could have 4. 4, 4, 4. Let's do.
I think you can just
Wait, I'm gonna
put me
jump
appears
this.
and then jump.
Is there another 2?
I'm gonna jump this.
What are you trying to do? Are you trying
Fine,
to
we'll
put me
just do
on
this
it?
one.
I'm trying to be on the plate thing so I
I'm not sure it will.
There we go.
don't know if it's gonna work. Wait, no,
I don't think that's gonna work.
Special. I don't know if you know this, but you do have an echo for your
You
mic.
have a very rough echo.
Yes.
I don't know if that's something that can be fixed or not.
No. Oh.
Yeah, I think it's more of how the audio's coming out more than anything else.
Yeah, no.
If you can't control that, then that's all you can do. Aha! Now you can't get back here to hurt me, because I left a trap at the entrance. But now I'm here forever. Oh. Oh. This reminds me of when I worked behind a front desk. Insert flashback here. Oh, that's a sword. Excuse me, please don't practice the sword. Don't try out the swords before buying. Excuse me.
What's happening? Oh, are you trying to kill Ranikki again? No. Don't kill
It's
Ranikki.
not.
I'm taking you. Wait. You are safe.
We're out of here. Brr, 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 brr.
Oh, and
I am
he's
trapped. Help me. Yeah.
That is funny how you're able to just trap someone.
Oh, 100%.
I mean, I definitely could have. I think I could have moved the cart, but it's still funny.
I mean, we could test that theory. Oh wait, hold on.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you a little bit of. Actually, go ahead. Since you're low on health, why don't you get health?
I'm 50 HP. So
I know,
I'm not
but you're
low.
the. We're the rest of it are pretty much 100. So why don't you grab extra
I can
health,
give you some.
and I will give you a little bit.
Oh, thank you.
There you go.
And you can take that.
Oh.
So you get some health too.
Okay.
Okay.
I will take.
I'll take sprint speed.
Yeah. And there is still the crouch rest if someone needs it.
I'll go and take it. I don't have anything.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, here. I was wondering if you were hiding under the bench.
Mm-hmm.
It's safe under there.
Yes.
Boop, 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 boom.
Who did we lose in Discord?
I think
Oh,
Sebastion left, so it wasn't going on there.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh.
That makes sense. Let's go! That's the new let's go emote, right?
Wait. Sebastion.
Hmm?
Okay, it's fine if you are not on Discord. If that's better for your PC.
Yeah. We
Yeah.
call them speakers. They're not nice. Honestly, that checks out.
I am.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, I love that.
Oh goodness.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's a puppet.
No. Hello. Hello. What's up, motherfuckers?
Which one of you said that? Which one of you said that? It could have been anyone. It could have been anyone. My God.
Oh my god.
Oh wow, there really is nothing in here. Okay.
It's like poop. So it's golden poop.
The
I'm
golden dookie?
I'm struggling with the echo for.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's
I-
take it back.
can't deal with it.
Oh, I'll get this out of your way. Excuse me.
Because
Do you think we could use Discord chat? The echoes. It's kind of giving me a little bit of a headache. I'm sorry.
I'm fine with doing Discord if it makes things.
Yeah, because it's just really hard to hear Sebastion because of the echo. I'm gonna go ahead and mute in game. I'm gonna switch back to
Sorry, we
Discord.
don't have the echo.
Okay.
That is fine.
Ranikki is getting react.
Woo.
Yes, no.
Huh? What? Alright.
Switch back to Discord.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch back. All right, I'm gonna put back up the output. I'm gonna mute in here. Whoop.
Okay. Let's try to do that.
Okay, let me make sure my Discord's coming through.
All right.
OBS. Okay, it is.
Yeah, I have a separate thing for Discord, so they should be
Yeah,
able to
same.
hear y'all.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Fine.
Let me know if that's too low, guys.
I'm gonna
Sounds
do
good
with
to me.
We'll do a little bit.
No, no, don't. Oh, forgot. I
Okay.
forgot. I forgot we are
We
not
can send
included. I was going to take the bill.
Ah.
Golden poopy, golden poopy.
What the?
Where's the golden poop?
There's a child. Over in
I'll
the
help you.
corner.
Looks like gold, tastes like poopy. So I'm sorry. I apologize.
I see the child in the corner. I'm just waiting.
I do
for
not
it.
condone or recommend tasting poop. Do not do this at your own fruition. Something. Insert
No.
safety message here. Oh, we
Okay,
got
it is.
we got big baby.
Yeah, bye, baby.
Don't worry about him. He's just a baby. They just have difficulty with eye contact.
Yes.
Where's the money?
Okay, we got 2 golden shits.
Did we really?
One
Yes, we do,
golden
we do.
shit. 2 golden shits.
Please don't hit your mic.
That was Melody. She jumped up on the thing. I shoot her off of it.
There's a void creature. Santa, whatever we call it.
The Santa Claus.
Santa, you ain't getting me.
Santa.
Can
You ain't kidding
talk,
me.
Please?
You didn't get me when I was a kid when I wanted that. Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Did somebody die or did
I think
he
he
just
hit.
break something?
I think he
have
broke
a
something.
mushroom.
Oh, nice.
It's worth $393.
I'm just gonna take this real quick. This little tooth. I think it's a tooth. Yeah, this tooth. Whenever I go to the dentist option.
How? I'm so I can't.
The amount of teeth that you is directly related to your I don't know, something about wealth. Me when I give up on the bit halfway through. Come on, get over here.
Oh,
there's another
jukebox.
Santa.
It's a jukebox.
Yeah.
Where's the jukebox? I love the jukebox.
I might have made him mad, so I apologize for that. Ooh, we jamming?
Jukebox.
Let's go!
He's coming.
Then
Oh,
we'll
drop
just
it.
dance behind cover. Let's go!
No.
Wait,
running
you
away.
find the gem? Okay, I want that. That's
Oh,
the
he's
best
over to the
item in the
left.
game.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Jam it! Jam it! Jam it! Jam it! Jam it! Jam it! Jam it!
Yeah.
Boom!
Ah, yes, another one. Oh, it doesn't work because we're on Discord now.
Hey, look, idealist. Press 9
Oh my goodness.
9?
with the
Why are you in the desk?
I don't know how I like. I'm on drugs with wide open headbanging. That's cursed.
And the guy's just
Ooh.
doing us.
My favorite thing. Ooh. Oh,
Hey, we-
missed it.
My
Oh my
cat is
God.
in my desk right now. I don't know how she has done
Ah.
this.
You
No!
Okay,
Get her out, honey.
I mean,
Take a second
okay,
and get her
I have
out.
an idea.
Yeah, I'm trying to get myself to a safe
Ooh.
spot real quick.
Wait, the guy's coming.
There's a baby at the exit, but a void creature on the other side of the wall. I actually don't know what to do here.
It's so
Excuse me,
sweet.
baby.
I need to get-
Excuse me, baby. Pardon me. Thank you.
She left. The baby left.
Let's go. Let's go. Head banger. Let's go. Need my nightsticks. Nightsticks. Glow sticks. What did I say? No, baby. This isn't for you. You'll do. Oh! I said this isn't for you!
Parts all the way over here too.
This is barely worth any money at this point, but we're running.
I'm pulling the car over. This should not have been
I'm just
so-
gonna move this over there. I'm gonna put it directly onto the thing. Oh, sorry. Ooh.
Oh, I did. That was my fault. Oh, you're putting it on. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just putting it directly on it.
Yep.
Ah, now we can jam whenever we want. Do we just want to throw all this on there and then move on to the next one?
Oh,
Can do.
I'm dead.
Oh, wow.
I was too busy trying to get my cat out of my desk, and apparently my
There's a
spot
cat-
was not
cat
safe.
there in real life.
Yeah.
Let's just send it. There is
Alright.
more stuff though. I know there's more. Oh, you got the more stuff. Okay, we're good. We got it. We got it.
Alright, how do we
Yes,
move
I-
this? Ooh.
Yeah, you guys
Okay.
go and send it. You don't need to find my head.
There's tiny things along the way, but we'll figure it out.
Yeah. So help me move these this golden poo.
Oh,
Yeah,
my.
you're very heavy.
We have to be very fast.
Go.
Okay, go. The other one. Push it, push it, push it.
Oh,
This side.
closer
Only-
to closer,
This side,
closer.
this side, no.
This side. No.
I think it won't break where it is. It should be fine.
I think it's
Yeah,
fine,
yeah,
actually. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
Good job. Let's go. Teamwork.
I have to video all these streams.
Just a little bit. Just $26,000. Don't worry about it. I miss the jukebox.
Sebastion doing alright?
No, I don't want to look at you, giant child. All right, there's something right there, but I can't reach it, so I'm gonna pretend it doesn't exist. Ooh, a dead person.
Yeah, I died to the.
We don't hear you on Discord, Sebastion, if you're trying to talk on Discord.
Sebastian's not in the Discord call.
Oh.
I think she's trying to figure out how to join back.
Okay. I don't know.
Hoorah!
She said Discord was giving some problems.
Is that PC okay? There's been a lot of issues with that PC.
Let's get them
it-
to the new
probably-
PC.
Yeah,
Sorry.
chat. We
Okay,
go. We're gonna start a find
to get
reason
there,
with
have an idea.
Sebastion
Get
at
small.
PC.
Yeah, I have not been able to get that one. I've really tried.
Get small.
Oh, I had a crosshair.
Oh,
I had a
oh,
crosshair.
I'm stuck. Ooh,
Wait,
Move
I will
this
take
close,
it.
please. Just thank you.
ooh, yeah. Go on top of the money. The money might be able to give you enough.
Yeah, but you can damage the money.
I think when it's in
got it.
there.
Yeah.
There it is.
Okay. Now,
Baby yet again.
big baby, get out of here.
So I'm gonna go yoink.
I'll show you a yoink.
Ah!
Okay. Wait. Oh, Ranikki had this inside. Okay.
Laser to the left. All right.
Actually, might be good for the void creature.
I'm just gonna put this here for right now until we. Actually, it looks like everything's done, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
map's
don't-
pretty clean.
I think. We just check really fast. So-
Okay. I'll wait till you finish checking. While I stare
No,
at
I
my
think
favorite
it's
art
fine.
piece in this whole museum. You think it's fine? Okay.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. You can.
Yeah, I think we're clear.
All right. Let's get out of here.
Let's go.
Are we resurrecting someone right now? I forget.
Yeah. If you put my thing in there, I should be being resurrected.
There you are. Okay,
Yeah,
I'll wait for you.
okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, you are in there. Good.
Yeah, he should be there.
I couldn't
Oh,
remember
you
if we did it
forgot we
already.
did.
I was like, we either did it already or you're doing it
void
now.
creature.
Oh no.
Look at this.
Path of the Glizzy has never turned me wrong. And I was right. Let's go.
I am 1 HP. I have to be very careful.
Oh.
Oh, his name's a trudge.
Yeah.
Oh, is it Trudge? I always thought it was the Grudge.
I don't get it. I make one tiny fucking mistake and it results in that. It's great.
That's just how it be in the world of
But
Repo.
other people's mistakes, they get like 10 of them. I get one, and I don't. Even
Yeah,
get that. It kills me.
Dark's luck is just absolutely off the
Not
charts.
even luck. It's apparently like some comic thing where it's like I make one mistake, I will get obliterated off the face of the earth.
Oh, what? You're gonna come after me now? Come on. We're getting you out of this hallway, even if I have to be bait. Come here. Come here. Shit. Psst, 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 psst. Come here. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. Come on.
I got your head.
Like literally, all I did, honey, was I tried to tap back in, and my mouse happens to be at his foot, and I tapped his foot.
Oof.
Come on. There you go.
Here we go.
Haha, I'm on the. Oh!
Where are you taking it, Bappi?
Oh, well.
Don't worry.
Oopsies.
Do
Bring it
not,
back!
do
Bring it
not,
back! He's
do
already
not.
died!
Please just put me down,
Oh.
please.
Ow. I was kicked.
Thank you.
I may have died.
Oh.
The explosion went through the wall, unfortunately.
Oh no. Where did your head land, do you know?
It was
know,
just in
I
the other
thought it-
room.
Oh no.
Okay.
Good job.
I think I'll get out then.
Okay.
Let's
I don't
go!
want to stop, right? Oh.
Shit.
Okay.
Ah!
What's happened to my stream? Why is it frozen?
Is it like
Are we all
frozen
here?
Frozen?
Yeah, looks like we're all
No,
here.
It's fine now. My stream manager is frozen. Thank God.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it does do that sometimes.
Caw! I missed. I mean, I was just sitting.
I didn't know what did it is.
A little bit of loading, but a little bit of loading wouldn't hurt anybody.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
is my mic a bit better now that we're like back to Discord? Is it doing the cutout thing? Okay. I probably do need to put on noise suppression because Melody is jumping in boxes behind me. So let me.
Up to you. Oh, I want. Let's do some power.
By Melody. It's only when she hits the microphone it gets like thumps real bad.
Ooh, power. I also want. Oh, really? The bat. Inflation. Am I right?
Oh,
Let's see here. Well, we
Let's buy
could do that.
Let's buy
Let
everything.
me see if that's a bit.
Everything.
I don't even buy actual items. I just straight upgrades the whole way.
I at least I like at least one weapon, but the weapons are not affordable.
Yeah, we don't.
I start grabbing weapons at like level 4.
And we don't have good weapon for now, so you can buy some upgrade, like it's on the second round.
Alright. Looks good to me. Send it.
Oh my gosh, that was cutting it close, honey.
We're zooming.
Oh. Whee!
Oh, I hit someone.
Boop.
Oh, he started the
Hiya.
truck and then got pushed away. Don't let them in! Don't let them in!
Oh, it cancelled it! It cancelled it!
Woo!
Yeah! No, it's a console. No.
Oh, one go through, one go through.
What now? You can't leave until I get in there.
No, I think Sebastion.
I literally cancelled it self.
Listen, my patience versus your boredom. I know exactly what I'm putting my bets on.
Yeah, I think Sebastion crashed in game.
Oh, sprint speed. Oh, wait, really?
I'm gonna take stamina.
Yeah.
Alright, let's see here.
Yeah, Sebastion crashed.
Yeah.
I feel like my $400 like laptop is
Alright. I'll also take
Gimme.
range.
There we go.
What? Cat.
Whoop. Whoop whoop.
Yeah, I think Sebastion just hard crashed. They're still in the shared chat though.
Yeah, but in game she crashed too in game, so I don't know.
Yeah. Do we
Oh,
do we
wait.
want to try and go to the menu? Well, we have to go to the menu to bring them back in.
Yeah, because we don't have the mod for
Yeah, we want that. Let's.
the
Okay,
thing.
now we did the shop already, so let me restart really fast.
Yeah, we can go to the menu and bring them back
Don't
in.
leave the game this time. I did
Yeah.
this. I never quit game.
Yeah. Well, I did the quick game to try and there we go. Yeah, I did the quick game to try and fix my mic.
Oh, okay. I didn't want it to, but I did.
Yeah, I was trying to do a hard reset. I'm just gonna put my mic on push to talk in game. There we go.
Okay. I mean,
We're in. Well, hold on. Password.
so quit password.
We're in. And mute.
Oh, don't forget to mute it. Until we.
I like you told me to don't forget to mute when you weren't muted.
Yeah, I was not.
I was like, no.
I just put myself on push to talk so I don't have to worry about the mute button.
Mm-hmm. That's fair.
Okay, let's see.
Welcome to the spooky lobby. Woo!
Yeah, I think Sebastian's out of the shared chat now.
Alright.
Oh, baby girl, stop it, please.
While we are waiting, I think I'm just gonna go and grab some additional water then. I need to refill my water bottle. So,
Sounds good.
yeah. And I will mute myself on Discord.
Good. Also, honey, did you get the new invite?
I did not.
I think I did it.
I'll also go ahead and
Oh no, you
just
did.
do another ad break. It's a little early, but you know, what are you missing?
Yeah. We'll see if we can get Sebastion back in here, but I have a feeling their computer is just not gonna let it happen today.
Yeah.
I would like them to be here, but their computer's just.
Oh, I think
No.
Air World Stream crashed. So yeah.
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 Yeah. She's not even on the. online on Steam anymore.
Yeah, you guys can play. I'm at my damn wit's end with the crashing and the internet. Okay, I'm sorry that it's not working for you, Sebastion.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. It'd be nice if you were here. We don't, I don't mind doing a bit of waiting if you can try and give it a chance, but I don't know.
Yeah, I also understand if you're done with trying to make it work, because this can be very frustrating. I feel that.
Yeah, I've been there. It sucks.
Yeah. Also, you're talking in game, honey. If you can mute up.
Oh yeah,
Got
do we mute back
There we go.
in Discord and then
It's up to you if you wish to.
or
continue
maybe
looking
wait for
it,
Elias to
maybe
come
we
back
just keep,
and then do that
maybe,
so we pick back in game.
What were you saying, honey, to Sebastion?
I just
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I had a better PC, this would not happen. Yeah, sometimes the PC just doesn't want to let you be able to do anything.
Yeah, I'm just essentially what I said was you can keep attempting to fix this if you want, and if you can get it working, that's great. It'd be nice if you were here, but I understand.
Yeah.
This is really rough.
Yeah.
I'm sorry
only
we couldn't help though. I don't know what I can do from my end.
Yeah. There's only so much that you can do from bonking your head against the wall, so it is very fair to kind of be fed up with it.
Yeah.
No computer issues. It's the worst, especially when you're streaming.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we can
Yeah, we can
back
switch
on
back to
game,
in-game.
and then when you are ready, we can go.
Go back to output to 0. Okay. Oh wait.
Alright. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we can. There's only dark that
Yo.
There we
Dark.
go. I know,
d-
back in game.
I was gonna say, Dark always want to be the rebel.
I know, right?
Don't you know that X over your mouth isn't cool anymore? God.
You all ready?
I'm ready. I'm just giving my key pet.
Are we still want to? Well, I'll ask when we were actually loaded. I feel like it's a little too late to ask this question, but I'll still ask it.
Do we know when the last of us is planning on joining?
Huh?
The, how do you say her name?
What?
Girl?
Our sixth.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, we, yeah, I don't know, because I know she had some stuff going on in her stream. She was doing a karaoke stream, and she said she was probably going to do it. And she had some technical issue too, sticking on things, so she started very late her stream.
Okay.
So I don't know. I have no idea when she joined.
Oh right, I got
I
range
wanted
last
to
time.
follow her stream. I know she got a new model too. I didn't know that, but I saw it when I was just checking.
Oh.
Yeah. I just was curious.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh.
Wait, no.
Do you need? Here.
I got it. Yep. Go.
There you go.
Nice. Teamwork.
It never goes forward when I hold them. What's backwards?
Oh, are you using the mouse wheel?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Then I have no idea. Oh, okay. That's fair. To be fair, I'm not much of a fan of them either. So I mean, based.
Yep.
Oh. This is where we store our wine. They've been here for 5,000 years.
Yeah.
Oh, I got big clock.
Uh-oh. Okay. Let's try. I'll grab it from the top.
All right. I'll grab it from the bottom. Look at that.
Oop.
Oh, sorry.
I got stuck.
Oh, that's a door being opened. Oh, it's a duck. It's fine.
It's a duck. That's fine. Where's
Oh.
the door?
Right. Yep, you're good. Yes, yes, I know you're excited to see another one of yours, but we're moving something. Uh-oh, that's gonna be a problem in about a second.
Up. Down. Up.
Okay,
Down.
okay. Down. Up.
Up,
Down.
down,
Down.
up,
Up.
down,
Down.
up, down.
Yeah. Okay.
Yay! Shaking the baby worked.
Don't.
There's a second baby!
Ah, there's
Are
someone.
you joking?
Grab it! Up! Down!
There's
Up!
someone.
Down! Up! Down! Up! Down!
Just wait,
Bappi's gonna be
wait,
fine.
We got this.
Yeah, Bappi's fine, I'm sure. Yeah, that explosion was a good explosion. Alright.
It's not dead. It's not dead.
Okay, grab it, grab it, grab it.
Oh, well, that works.
Nice.
This game isn't.
I'm gonna look for Oh, well. We got potato!
What's happening?
I'm taking the cart and moving it.
Do you mind, sir? At least it's not a look.
So much happens. Just like,
As long as it's not the bottom pusher, I think we're fine.
I would not be surprised.
Hey, you good up there?
I feel like I'm getting pranked.
You good up there, champ?
Oh, look, another annoying item to pull to the machine. Cool. I'll see you at the machine.
Here.
There's
Oh.
another.
shit. I'm.
That's crazy. Is there a baby spawner?
Grab him, grab him.
I got him. Oh, you grabbed the duck. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Oh, what happened?
Grab it.
Oh,
Grab him again. Grab him again. We're losing
oh, I'm
it.
grabbing the orb. Ooh! Well, that's gonna. I'm. Whoop.
And we're done.
Bye. That's it.
Are we gonna get taken out by a duck and a baby?
Yeah,
First of
I think.
all, correction. We are getting taken out by a duck and 3 babies.
And 4 maybe. Like, I don't know. There's like.
It was not a single baby.
Oh.
There was multiple babies.
Oh my god.
I don't get it. This is insane.
There's like a room that's like the nursery room that just spawns babies.
This is just pure bad luck right here.
Holy
Wild.
shit, I don't even think we're level 3. This might be level 3.
Please don't jump.
It goes towards me yet again.
I'm so scared of the duck getting hit by this doll.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
gonna.
I think that's why you don't pick it. At least he's not dead.
Yeah.
That's gonna.
I
That's
think
gonna hit the.
he's able to drag that 100%.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
gonna
yeah.
be
He can
slow.
he can push it.
I'm sending it. I don't care. Gotta get people.
Yeah, if he can take it back without dying, we're safe. For now,
I
we're
am
saved.
2 strength. Please move.
It's like
Please
stuck
move.
on the corner. Yeah, you too, Sebastion.
Yeah.
Getting a new PC.
I look forward to playing a game with you.
I'm sorry. I wish, you know.
I hope you get a
We'd have
new
to maybe
PC.
maybe an off-stream game might be a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I'm also down
maybe
for
if you
that.
want
Use
to
your
do-
PC. I feel like you could.
It was actually really smart with the push.
It's actually cheap. I could run REPO.
Yeah.
Just a
The pushing is very smart.
streaming stuff.
Now, how are they
It's
going to
like
get that in there?
Yeah,
Is
but
the
it should be enough.
question.
Yeah.
Imagine there's a baby that's come right now.
No,
That would be
no,
so funny.
no.
He's got 2 strength, so he just needs to get it upright.
Oh,
Yeah.
we can play
Push it
off
in.
stream if you want to.
And it's a candle.
I'm down to play off stream.
Don't burn the clock with the candle.
It's not enough now.
Oh no! he
And it's also too big.
It's not
Oh
enough,
my
but he can at
God.
least get it in now.
He needs to put it straight up or else it will break.
Oh, that one love tap removed like 4k of its value.
I think you can put it like not completely straight.
Yeah, if he can get it like
Yeah, I'd totally
sideways
be down
almost.
to-
Yeah, exactly.
Play off stream
Like
with
this way, like if you put it like in less to drop, it should be fine.
So frustrating.
Like,
I
it's-
think I've been there.
it's
I was
inside enough
so
right now.
worried. I had 2-3 weeks of
Yeah.
OBS issues that
I think
just
right
would
right
not
there
let
it's
me
enough.
stream properly, and it was
just
Doubt.
fiddle with
I
it,
don't
so
know.
it
X to
happens.
doubt.
Like, I
Yeah.
fixed it off screen and had
Why
it
there is no
fixed
baby
for an
anymore?
hour, and it would.
There
Hey!
There we
Yay.
go.
It's upside
Let's-
down, but it worked.
You know
Yep.
what? Upside down is all
I
about
just need to find
perspective.
one little thing, that's all.
Finds another baby.
Perfect. Oh, another
Oh.
annoying item.
That was spin the
Someone
entire
please-
way.
Is there a way we can note down the seed of this map? I want the seed. I want other people to experience this.
That's honestly real. That's real.
This is why I love him. He's just
I
based. He
love
doesn't. He's
Oh,
not.
potatoes coming.
No, it was
Baby. He's gonna pick it up. He's gonna pick it
Dude, I actually like want to quit.
up. And boom.
He's behind you.
Thanks. Thank you for destroying the value of the one eye in my family.
The baby's gonna pick it up. And
Well, he has 2 strength. He might be able to pick up the baby. Or do you need
I
3
don't
strength?
Need
Pick it, pick it.
3.
Yeah. Oh, he still has the item. Oh my god.
Oh my lord.
There. Oh, there it is. Oh, there's a vase. That would be pretty.
Wait, I think we are cooked.
I believe. I believe.
I'm so over this.
Oh my lord. He's clutching though. He's clutching.
Yeah, he hasn't died.
Okay.
I can't
Yeah,
say that for the rest of us.
Okay.
Oh, if
we
that
can do
duck
it.
jumps into it, I'm gonna
No, it's fine.
actually
There's
lose
no
it.
Look's behind him. I think he'll be okay. I think he'll be okay.
You can kill the dog too. Is it?
Yeah.
You know? I don't think you know.
Oh,
He's
it's
a
just
little
short.
bit
It
more.
feels like more. No.
Good though. Good though. I can see that being the case.
Oh gosh.
As I said, we can definitely do it off stream if that alleviates the issues for you. I'd rather play.
Okay, this is all I need.
Okay, that should be enough.
We'll play. We'll do something.
We'll have to play sometime, Sebastion, off stream.
Mm-hmm.
That should be enough.
I don't care. Get him back.
Oh, the
Duck.
duck's fucked off.
Duck, please. Oh my god. Now it doesn't want me.
The dog is like, you're gonna try to kill me.
Yeah.
Oh man, oh, I was happy.
Good job.
Our hero.
Good job.
This is the worst seed of repo I've ever.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
this
I've been. We totally haven't been laughing at your expense this whole time.
Full baby.
Oh, look,
4 babies,
There
a
it
duck,
is.
an animal, and
And the thing is, now we have to find enough money to. No, baby.
baby, grab the baby.
Okay.
Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down.
I love team
up,
building exercises.
down.
No. Okay, I got
I
it.
love baby killing exercises. Right.
Okay. I don't think we can grab it, but.
Oh, oh, there's money over there.
Oh no, 11 HP.
He actually lasted a long time.
Oh yeah, I've killed Axel when he was at 1 HP with just hitting him with an item.
Exactly. And if you were at 10, it would have done 1 damage. Ah, hello. Hello.
Hi.
And this is case in point for my math. Honey,
Oh, you find you can put it in the car.
this is case in point for my theory, right here. The 1 HP fucking...
Yeah, I think Bappi's at 1 HP. I think he might.
Yeah, you are
A
on
little
HP
bit
too.
of a.
I'm gonna...
He needs a
Baby,
little
baby,
bit of a
baby,
smooch.
baby, baby, baby.
Baby, up, down.
What is with these
up,
baby spawns?
Down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down.
What is that? At least we will. Another baby, baby.
This is a
We're
what?
just farming up babies right now.
No.
I'm holding
And there's a duck.
Up,
There we go.
no, says the
down,
dog.
up, down. Oh, we need the
Wait,
cart
wait.
move. Okay, grab baby. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down.
That actually might be the strat. We just go to the extractor and farm the babies.
We have to run out of items.
Yeah, because this. Oh my god. Like, I feel like this was made to piss me off. This is insane.
It's really funny,
Yeah.
honestly.
Oh, music.
Like the perfect combo.
I could. If this had nuns, I think. If this had none, this would be unplayable.
Which one would be the worst one? Honestly, I think it's
The thing is, we
eyeball.
are only level 3 of the. Oh, TV.
If
Wait,
it
can
was
someone-
Rugrat, Duck, and none, I would actually have quit. Like, I would have quit. Oh, shit. Ooh.
Yeah, I think the extraction is on the right side.
On the plus side, Sebastion, you didn't have to experience this deed. There's always an upside, right?
Yeah, you didn't have to experience what we were experiencing. Oh, that's funny. Doop doo doop be doo doop boo. Doop doo doop be doo doop boo.
Okay.
Hey, Sebastion, if you can hear it, on the upside, you didn't have to play this seed.
The good thing is, I played the same thing for Idealist. I'm like, he's dead, so we don't have to fight. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, at least they don't have to do this shit.
I think we are good to go.
They can just enjoy it from the confines of their building. We can send, I don't mind.
Yeah, maybe we
Oh.
can, so.
I'll look around, but we probably can send.
Hello.
Hello. Send it low dollar. I don't even get it.
Eee, I found a big thing. There's like a whole part that I don't think we've explored if we want to go over to it. Otherwise,
Oh.
we could just don't.
Yeah, I don't know, we can check.
Yep, I can lead the way.
Oh, okay.
I wonder if he's checking it out now. I was gonna say, do we have the health to explore at this point? All of us have
The
died.
baby.
Yeah, bring in the
That's the
babies.
good baby. It's the good baby.
Surely nothing will be will happen here. Me hitting map as if it would actually show me
Wait,
anything.
what's the part we're talking about?
Over here, it's on this side.
Oh, okay.
What do
Mainly
we
in
got?
This area right here, because I explored deeper in. I just haven't checked these cabinets
Oh,
yet.
yeah. I got something. Oh,
Literally close the door on him.
Open the door.
no. Yeah, I got a plate. Oh,
Okay, which
Oh,
one
He's
is
got
more
something.
expensive? That one is more expensive. We'll go with this.
I don't know why I was turning the
It's not
camera
far away.
away.
Should be better.
And there goes the other one. Oh, the horn was moving. I'm moving? My head is moving.
Yeah, I do have things. Okay.
wait, Ranikki is coming with something too.
Oh, cool.
Hefty. Oh, quick.
I walked all this way! All this way for you to do that!
Oh, did he break
No,
it?
you sitting there! You sitting there and think about what you did! You think about what you did right there!
One health and a dream. Let's go.
Are you ready for the nursery?
Oh.
Yeah, but how much health do you have?
That's the guy.
Oh my god.
Hey, I got you. Hey, how much health do you have? I don't know if this is the right way, but... Oh, it is the right way. Neat.
Rotten apples through and through.
Alright, I'm gonna go get Bappi. Right back. Be right back.
Yeah, the baby would have got us.
You sure you want to
we
go
gotta
back
get
out to
Bappi's
the
head.
nursery and get him?
Yeah. What is the baby gonna do? Throw me?
There's 3!
To throw the damn Bappi at me? Like, what are they gonna throw at me? We picked up everything.
They might find something we missed and just launch it.
There it is.
There
See?
is one item that we missed. I think one of them actually went for it.
The animals like the only real threat, to be honest. Oh, hi. Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good.
Hey, Potato, how you doing?
He's here. No! No, I tried to pick you up!
I'm gonna die
I
to
tried
the
to
dog
pick
owner.
you up! You...
I'm just trying to kiss my cat.
Oh my god, I lived. I can't believe it.
The potato dude somehow knocked the duck.
No, it's not that. I tried to pick up Ranikki to get her away from the animal.
Somehow
and
we
I
survived
passed her.
that. Okay, can we buy a weapon?
Oh, thank god. I'm so
Clutch
not
work
really.
overall.
There's no weapon that we can buy. That
I mean, the prod zap, but it's not really a good
Nice.
one.
yeah, it's like I
I
think.
want to help.
it's like-
I'll take the Granada.
Yeah,
Oh, love the
he just do that.
Yeah.
Zap.
All the items.
You really want to do this? All right. Come on.
This is too much, honey.
Oh.
All the items.
You want to do this?
And there it goes.
All right. Well, you live and you learn, don't you, Bappi?
There.
Let me get my
Oop, I accidentally threw Bappi's head.
non-used grenade.
We do not have a weapon, no.
Wait, can't we get the
Oh.
one from the roof? It's really cheap and does like.
If we get
does,
rid of
like,
the
3
sprint
grenades.
speed, we can afford
Oh yeah, that's true. I think
sprint
it
speed
does.
is like 12.
Like, where's the hatch?
It's right here.
Eh,
Yeah.
eh.
There you go.
Baby girl, why?
Send
Why are you going so crazy today?
There's
It's just
no
really
other
now.
than the top bucket. Oh yeah, there is. There is. Perfect.
No, it's about the same.
There you go.
Duct tape grenades, perfect. It's 2.
Ooh, nice.
All right. Anything else for
Alright,
4?
we can something for 4, maybe some health.
Yeah, throw some health in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's get some.
All right. Looks good to me.
Whoa. Need to go.
Yeah,
Welcome back.
come in.
I swear you could get that prod. Ah, you got me. You got me. Oh, I see how it is. Oh, I see how it is. I see how it is. I see how it is. You tase me over and over again. I defend myself, and suddenly I'm the bad guy. I see how it is. I see how it is.
No!
The save!
No!
With the save! The save!
No!
I'm trying to be a better person. No, we're not.
I appreciate it. I surely appreciate you. Oh. Okay, I'll take the grenades then. Oh.
I wanted at
Why
least
did-
one strength.
I hit the wrong button.
Oh my god.
There's someone in
strength
health.
do
I
you have right now,
have 120.
Strength is on 2.
Right. You have to take some help.
Oh, thank you.
I'm at
Appreciate
60
it.
health right now.
I'm at
How many
81.
are- 80? 60? And how many health do you have? Dark?
54. This works.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm okay at
Some.
60.
Oh, okay.
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 Oh, I got Ghostbusters playing. The Ghostbusters song. I actually had a huge fear of the movie. My dad had me watch it when I was like 5, and I had a nightmare of green ghosts eating my entire family. It was very vivid and very traumatizing.
Oh, yeah, no, that would do it.
Ice.
I literally.
Stay Puft would be cute. I would have thought
I
Stay Puft.
still remember that dream so vividly. I remember my brother's nursery, because my brother was like 2 at the time, and like I go in there and there's just goop in the bed because he got eaten. I hate
Well,
it.
goop in the bed is usually just not a good thing in general.
True.
There really isn't a situation in which goop in the bed is like a good thing. Ow. Get the frog!
The frog man?
What?
Get the frog!
I'm getting attacked by a frog!
Okay.
Oh my
Oh.
god.
Who's this guy?
Why does it feel like I got hit with a radioactive plate?
Have you seen
Hold on, there's a couple
the
more.
Marshmallow Man's here?
Yeah, the Marshmallow Man wasn't bad. It was just the green goopy one. I just had a nightmare as a child of him eating my entire family.
Okay.
And then chasing me around the house for hours trying to eat me. I was 4 or 5 when my dad had me watch that movie.
For me, it was Jurassic Park.
Oh yeah, Jurassic Park. Jurassic Park got me.
I was being hunted by velociraptors in my nightmares for a long time after that.
Oof.
Yeah, Jurassic Park.
It was a...
I'm not finding a lot of items.
Oh.
I have a feeling we're gonna have like this huge item that's gonna make up most of our money.
Oh.
Can't wait.
Okay, don't forget-
Go ahead.
don't forget, guys. Yeah.
Uh-oh, I hear the woo.
Rug, we can
Swap
grab it
again,
together,
baby?
honey. We can
Get
grab
it! Get him!
Don't
Get
let
him!
go of
Up, down, up, down,
down,
up, down,
down,
up, down,
down,
up, down,
down,
up, down.
down.
Guys, I don't feel so good.
Someone got sick.
I don't feel so good, guys. Oh, God. Oh, guys. Guys, do you have an aspirin? Oh,
I'm sorry.
oh, God. I don't think I'm allowed to take any more Tylenol anymore. Oh.
I've never seen this. Attention, students. Please refrain from using loud magic.
Oh, I have a goblin thing up here if you want me to hand it to you.
Yeah, sure.
Hold on.
Maybe stop throwing up first.
There might be one more. Let's see. Can you get off my face now, pretty please? Please? With sugar on top?
I think you have a few seconds that you.
All right. Oh, no, you mean...
Got it.
Oh, that's actually wild. Okay, good job.
I caught it. I'm gonna just take it back.
Someone played softball. I have no idea if they played softball. Let's see. All right. Okay. Attention students, please refrain from using loud magic within the Great Library. What is considered loud magic? Frog! You've come back to me! You and me. We have come together. Finally. I found another frog.
Froggy. Oh, you are not sick anymore. Yay.
Anything else in here besides the frog? Do 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 do. Anything here besides the frog? No. Sup? How you doing? I wish I could just wear that. That would be so funny. Oh, I can't do that one. Damn. I was gonna say like, there's definitely rooms. Oh, vase. All right. No. Oh, cup. We got cup, we got vase. Nothing. Nothing like opening every single drawer that you could see. Hello, person near me. Nothing. All I'm seeing is a cup and a vase. If you get the cup, oh, I will need a second person for this phase.
I have 2 strength.
Then I will switch with you.
Yes. Yep, I left it. That's good.
Hell yeah.
Maybe it felt. Maybe
Hello.
Hello.
We got a
Bappi's
vase.
Oh,
gaslighting
look!
me.
Look, the vase is here. It's
There's
here.
the
It's here.
vase. I
What?
knew there was
Oh.
a vase.
Yeah, we lost it. That's why we lost it and we found it again.
Oh.
That's why.
Oh.
There
Oh.
was no other vase than this one. But the same one, Lucy? It's the same one.
It just
Oh,
respawned.
there's a guy behind you.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Joe Biden.
Did you just take Joe Biden?
No.
I'm gonna move this so it can't tell everybody.
Joe Biden can go.
Okay, there's nothing you please. Oh, did he so?
Joe Biden
Oh.
is your done.
Oh, he floats, by the way. We tested.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
did.
Joe Biden exit. You are safe.
Where's our guy? Oh, over there. Oh, hold up. And there's also he's coming.
Oh, Joe Biden, you know it. You know it.
I mean, I have grenades, but it wouldn't be enough to take him out.
Joe Biden.
Joe Biden. Biden blast. All right, let's go over.
Where's Joe Biden going? You over there?
Well, someone's about to die. Hee 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 ho ho ho. Luckily, he's not that smart. Ha ha ha.
I saw it.
Hi.
We have a dead. Joe Biden took out a woman.
Oh, he's behind me. Joe Biden took out a woman. Trying to do it in that TikTok AI voice. Joe Biden took out a woman.
No, Joe. No, Joe. No, Joe. Okay.
Let's. Are both dead? How many people are dead? Just one?
One as far as I know.
I haven't seen.
There might be a dead sweet baby boy Bappi somewhere.
All right, I'm gonna look around. I'm gonna look for that.
Alright.
Bappi. Bap. Bappi. I feel like you would be in this room. I found you. Hee hee hee. Ho ho ho. Let's get you. Let's get my boy. My boy! No. Take that out. Out.
Oh, there is a dead Bappi.
There we go. I'm gonna be sick, so you take care of him. I'm gonna be in the dormitory. Oh god. Oh, I know a perfect place to do it. In this cauldron. It's already filled with it. Oh, perfect. Oh, I think I'm gonna be. Oh. Ow. All right. Oh man. Oh, that's what I get for drinking on an empty stomach. Oh no. Oh my god. Anyway, that's enough of that. All right, what are we up here? It's the headmaster. The headmaster did what? All right, let's see. Anything? Oh. Well, I saw something else up there. Let's try this again. Up, up, over there! Wow, it really does hurt you a lot, doesn't it? Okay. Alright.
Okay.
Oh, oh.
Did you pay your ticket? Ticket control.
Yes,
You
I
pay
bought
your-
my ticket. I bought my ticket with my life.
Alright. Huh. Okay. Alright. Hi.
What are you searching?
There's a thing like over
Yeah,
somewhere.
but it's I think it's on the top thing, top shelf.
Yeah,
in front of me.
I'm making my way,
Oh. Making my way ups down.
walking.
Okay, fast.
Okay.
Thank you,
can
Pastor. No, no.
Wait, can you come here? Come here. Come here
Oh.
with me.
Oh, yeah.
And you become small, and I will.
Yeah. Yeah. I follow you.
Okay. Okay.
Did we get everything off the map? Oh no, there's
Let me try to wait. Okay.
All right.
Ain't no way I gave him the HP.
Okay, this should be. Right,
It's a single ring. Good thing that was worth it.
Yeah, I got it. Worth it.
You
know what? I was taking earlier. I was taking that thing. I lost like 40 HP just to take that. And I
Yeah, no, I lost 20 HP twice doing that, so
Oh,
you're
yeah.
better than me.
a little bit.
Well,
Did you lose the probe?
There's a lot of items upstairs, I think.
Hello.
Oh, big one.
Oh, sorry, I won't move
there's more
anymore.
stuff in there.
All right.
Yeah, there's stuff.
Oh, good luck getting this on.
Okay.
Perfect.
Oh. Wild. That's kind of crazy. Didn't think that was gonna work that way. That's huh.
Why do I have a baby?
Color me
That
surprised.
is full in the second you move.
You alright?
Joe Biden. You fucking dug me.
No, it got off my head and
Yeah. Let's see here.
yeah, you have the strength.
Good thing I haven't seen Joel Biden in a while. Someone just died. Can't imagine who. Certainly wasn't me. Then who could it be? Boop boop doo ba doo doo. You would think the person with all the grenades would do something about that. You would be wrong. Oh. Hi, we're family friendly?
Yeah, family
Ah.
friendly stream.
Oh. Good to know. Crosses out most of my jokes. Do you mind? Do you mind? Thank you. Let's see. Where did our cart go? Oh. Boop-a-doop-boo, boop-a-doo. Boo-da-doo-boo. Boop-a-doo, boo-boo, boop-doo-doo-doo. Boop-doo-doo.
I've got it, Joe Biden.
Do boop-doo-doo, doop-doo-doo, doop-doo-doo.
Hulk.
Hulk.
Hulk job.
Oh. You got this. Yeah. Money, money, money.
We are very. I think we need to focus on this next shopping trip. All of us are struggling.
Yeah, we'll get some health.
Oh no, that's not the right way. I don't see another
Yeah, there
one.
No, Joe
There's
Biden.
one deeper in.
Time to go deeper in.
You.
You know what Shrek said? Better in than out.
Biden. Biden.
Oh, Biden? Okay.
Did someone say deeper?
I thought you said you were family friendly.
I could be referring to a cave. We'll go deeper into the cave.
I was like, listen.
Family friendly.
Ish. Asterisk.
Oh, it's not there.
I have brought lots of money. Certainly there's nothing bad up here that I need to be looking out for.
Oh, there actually is something bad. It's a dead Bappi.
Oh, Bappi!
What?
Bappi's dead up there.
Oh!
Dying there, like.
Bappi's really skilled.
Oh, there's no ping.
There's nothing up here. Then where is this yellow thing? Oh, there
I
it
have
is.
0 ping, so I should just be able to do that. Yeah.
Whoop!
Yeah,
I got Bappi.
I am so precise with this now. I can just do that.
Whoop! Whoop!
You actually don't have to deal with ping.
Hey guys, don't go downstairs.
Oh, bring it. Oh, oh.
How did he not see me? Hey. So I've seen you met the president or ex-president.
Oh my god.
Did it go well?
President, why have you done this?
You alive?
I'm alive, I might need help.
Alright. I think I saw a baby. So that's gonna be fun.
There was a baby earlier, it is once.
Alright.
You can't get through the gaps.
Yeah. We're gonna have to lift it.
It goes in the square hole.
Right.
After the okay. Yeah, and then
Yeah.
up east,
And then
down east.
yep. Ooh! I damaged it with my thick head. Listen. We don't need to talk about it, alright?
Let's get an NFL level concussion with that one. Holy crap.
I'm gonna need this baby not to do what it's the.
Please don't!
Alright, can we both grab him and see what happens? Yeah, okay, perfect. Perfect. Up and down and up and down and this is your. Oh. Oh, there it is. Get it. Go.
What? It's not grabbing! It's not grabbing! There we go.
You're. Oh. Perfect. Up. Down. Up. Down. Hey!
Shit, it's worth less than
This is a reminder not to shake actual children. Let's see.
Oh,
Did you see? I don't know. I don't know about that. I wouldn't say all children. Alright. Is it to the right? Where's our drop-off point? Oh, we haven't found it yet. I'm gonna go find the drop-off point. Which I think is to the right. Am I right? Hey, don't you dare. I hear it. I am so smart. My God. The only thing that's... I was going to say... there was a lot of things I was going to say. None of them appropriate. I'm smart.
name my stream.
I found it. It's up there up the stairs.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome. All right, let's get the people. The people? What could possibly go wrong? The only thing that could possibly stop this train is an ex-president of the United States. See, usually bad things happen when I say stuff like that. It's really funny.
I threw it onto the extractor and it proceeded to blow up on the extractor.
Seems par for the course for your experience so far.
I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't have the energy to try and calculate what happened.
I can only empathize. All right. That would be good to go. Do we have all? We do not have everyone in here. Let's get everyone in there. I see Bappi, but I don't see. We don't see a fourth.
Gives a shit.
I give a shit. I want to. First of all, you should give a shit. Second. Well, let's get this. Let's get the right. Literally haunting you. Let's get this. Let's get this and then get that on there, and then we'll get.
I hear me talking shit. That's fine. You can't hear any of this, you know.
Yeah, totally. It's not like they could. Oh, don't you dare! Don't you dare! I hear you.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
He.
Biden.
Oh,
No.
missed.
Yes, there you go.
Luckily, the stairs are really big.
COVID Biden.
Oh.
There we go.
Oh, hold on. We could just throw it back on. Throw it. Get it in the corner. Where are you? Oh, you fell. Okay. Yo. Okay. I'm just gonna push this manually. You're good. Don't. It's okay. You can stay down there. It's okay. You're fine. We need to save your ankles. Okay. Your precious, precious ankles. Like so. Oh, Biden. All right. Let's find everybody. Let's find. Certainly, Joe Biden wouldn't camp. Now, would they? I'm not seeing the dead bodies. I'm not seeing them. I'm not seeing any of the bodies. This is a problem. Usually that isn't a problem. Shh. I'm hunting wabbits. Okay. Okay.
One of the
Oh,
one of your
Hello.
grenades back.
Yeah!
You did kill him.
you killed
Let's go!
But you died. No, Dark has to find one more head.
It was good, very warming.
Oh no. Oh no, this actually might end the game.
Oh, you found your head.
Friends,
Will he take your head or the ball?
Did he kill himself? Ow.
Damn right I killed him. Damn right. I took him with me.
Friendship or money?
Friendship or money?
You know what we must do.
True.
Sure.
True, babes. Let's go.
Yeah.
I'm
Nobody
gonna-
was going to do that.
I would have done the same thing. I do not hold it against him in the slightest. Until there's a baby that shows up and just throws it at him and kills him immediately.
Yeah. I'm surprised y'all hadn't found my head yet.
Me too. Oh, he's gonna
there's
hit
my
that and
head.
that's gonna
Oh, no.
break.
See my head?
Good dodge.
Wait, where was it? I didn't saw it.
Yeah, I saw it like briefly. It's like in that room with all the bars. Like kind of in an obscure
A prison?
corner. Yeah, like this room that he's about to go into. It's over in here.
Option B.
Oh, I don't think I would
Find
have
out
found
what's
it.
Pay money. Option C, Death Wish.
Oh, yep, there it is.
Wait,
Oh,
She left-
wait.
Yes! Yes!
You found it!
that's wild.
Did I stop dying? Alright.
Wild.
I've been dead, bitch!
I've been dead, bitch. Quote 2025. The throw.
Okay.
The disrespect.
It's okay.
I like your laugh sounds like a cry a little bit. in that. I was like, it's fine, it's fine, it's a good thing.
I'm okay. Hey, Burberry.
Okay, you can't get hit with that more than once, my guy. Please don't die before getting my
He's
head.
got one each.
Can I say no?
Joe Biden's dead for
It
now.
might be more worthwhile to just
Nice.
res you after.
We have a good nappy poo around here.
You'll be fine.
He'll be fine.
He's clutched worse than this. Remember
Yes.
last round?
Like,
Yeah.
like 10 baby.
With the 3 babies
Yeah.
and the duck.
To buy a weapon after this one.
Uh-oh.
Get away from me!
Okay,
Oh,
I think
okay,
he don't
okay,
have the
that's
match.
okay.
That's
Yeah, it don't
fine.
be the match if he go in your head. He's just waiting. Like,
I don't
He's
appreciate.
wanting to
Listen, I'm fine with you leaving me for dead, but don't throw up on it. Like, have some respect.
That's like so much worse.
Like, donate my body to science, but don't treat it with such disrespect. that was unnecessary.
No, I went too far. I went too far.
That doesn't do damage when it goes off your face.
I don't think it counts. He's like just outside of it.
we'll
He
see.
threw you too far.
We'll take
We'll
you
see.
out if it does not count. We'll see. Only fast. I think it counts.
I
Let's see.
don't think it's gonna count. I don't think it counts.
Let's see.
I don't think it's gonna count.
Okay. Let's...
It didn't count.
No. We
You
s-
somehow jumped him exactly behind me.
I want to play the game.
I don't know how I managed these things.
You're about to die. I curse you with vomit.
I don't know what it is about your life, but it really is the worst thing that can really happen.
I
Very
am-
amusing.
Like, why wasn't I just named Murphy? I don't get it.
Name what?
Why wasn't I? My parents should just name me Murphy.
Oh, Murphy's Law. Got it.
Yeah.
I'm alive! Yeah! Let's go!
Let's go.
Okay,
Escape
Pat,
the wrath
health
of Biden.
People, health packs.
Health packs, health packs. We definitely
At
need.
least 2.
I need another cluster grenade. That's what I need.
Okay, I'm grabbing 151 for at least the 250, so some of us can be at full, and then we'll grab some 25s.
The pan's only 15, if we want to grab the pan.
The pan is pretty.
Ooh,
How's the pan? Yeah, we can grab the pan.
ooh, pulse pit.
Did you find a gun?
Yes.
Oh, we have to buy so many health.
And the fucking ping! I can't aim! There we go.
Can someone take me up to the ceiling? Pretty please. Thank you. Yay! Let's go!
Oh no, I'll show you.
If I spam it, I'll eventually hit somebody.
No. They all told me the ping. They all told me ping was a skill issue. Now
And
disarmed you with it. I've literally been told that there is no ping to my board.
Oh no, Ping 100% is that hole.
Are you alive? Wait, I think I killed him up there. No, I did not.
oh, you want to play this game? It respawns up here. Okay, I'll stop. There you go.
We need the help.
Yeah, but we did. It's top much. It's fine.
Anything else around here? Don't really show homo.
Where's the pan? It was by you.
Yeah, the pan was in here, and then I got it.
Yeah, but it got pushed away somewhat.
Oh, can't imagine what happened.
Oh, I see it. Here it is.
Okay. Okay, wait.
Ooh, Tubble Lunch was eh.
We're over my stick.
We don't need ale.
We need health, just some.
We need help.
It's
you know?
fine.
Health is for the.
Bappi!
Oh, you're gonna.
If we die, it's
It does. It did the thing. Anti-theft. Anti-theft.
She tried to buy half. We don't have.
It didn't count. Wait, it didn't count. Oh wait, maybe it did. Maybe it did.
No.
Never mind.
Okay, if we don't have a when you try to add the ale and we were out of money, then you put it like at the end when it was going to buy, and so the shop is protecting himself back to incredible too.
We have no help.
That's what happened.
I'll take
Basically,
straight.
You tried to buy something.
I have a little bit of health.
I have 50 health.
Who wants pan and who wants grenades?
I'll take pen.
Okay, grenade.
Okay,
Alright, what is your health, honey? What is your health, Nicholas?
51.
We should have 51. Everyone should have 51, probably.
I got 54.
Which gives us just
I have
enough health to
54.
die in one shot.
Nah, we're just enough health to survive. Like
Ah.
one shot, just exactly. Oh no, not that.
Yep. Moon phase. Crescent
What is
moon.
the moon phase? The
Every
heals
5
now restores.
Yeah.
Okay, basically it's the game become harder.
Of course
Yeah.
this would turn on the second I get a frying pan.
All right. What do we got? What do we got going around here?
What is that? I have no idea.
I had 70. I had
Fish.
70.
Fish. Ooh, that looks like something interesting up there. That's kind of cool. Interesting. If only we had multiple jumps. Yeah, we will. Yeah, we will.
Everybody's forced to look at it.
Okay, what else? What else is in here? Let's see here. Do I have enough momentum to?
For what? To upstairs?
Yeah, I wanna climb up.
Wait, you can?
Oh.
Upstairs.
Oh, that works. Get some more stamina regen. Dang it. No. Get. Perfect. Okay, not seeing anything yet.
I don't see anything upstairs.
Nothing up
Oh,
there,
that is such
nothing
a
up there.
Yeah.
Are y'all climbing parkouring right now?
A little. Ah! Oh! 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 Bappi! E2! E2, Bappi! How dare you, sir? You
I didn't say it. I don't say it.
You
I
forget
didn't say
yourself.
This is Sparta. And I.
Oh, that's a hunt, man. I really hope.
Okay. This is Sparta.
Up!
Down!
Up! Down! Up! Down! Up! Down! Let's go!
Best grenade of all time.
Wow!
My
That's the best
God.
grenade of all time.
Good job. Into the vents. I'm a little necromorph. Slowly but surely, they will not know what I'm about. Ooh, is that water? Does that hurt me? It does not. Do I need to, like, do this? I do need to do this. Okay. I'm from the Alien franchise. All right. Ooh. Hey guys, we got some. Wait, what? What was that? Hey y'all, can you follow my voice? I got stuff to bring down for y'all.
I'm coming. Where are you?
Oh, I was right above you. Turn around. Up.
Oh, over in here. Over in here.
Hi. Trying to get this off. All right.
You get on top of the trolling wall. Okay, I'm ready.
Burger diamond.
Burger.
Burger. Okay. And I have, honestly, I don't even know how to describe this. Eyeball cup with a hat.
Okay. Got it.
I don't see anything.
That's the robe.
I don't see anything else up here, so I think we're good. Thank you.
Okay.
Ow.
I think one of us needs to carry the burger, and then is Dark
Burger.
dead?
Okay.
Is Dark dead, or
I
is
don't
that
want pizza
you?
anymore. What? Is Dark?
I heard the robe.
Oh, I see the
Oh.
dots. I'm gonna go towards the dots because
I'm
that's the
gonna
smart
go
thing to
see
do.
if I can find Dark's head.
Okay,
I
good
don't
luck.
think so, you know?
Knowing Dark, that seems about on par. Oh, do. No more pizza. Boo. Boo. Boom, boom, boo, doo, boo. 5,000. Okay. Haha. I'm not seeing Dark's ghost anywhere. There's the Screamer. Ooh, uh-huh. Okay, so they went about that way. They went into the vents. Love to see it. This one, I do kind of want to go up. Like up there. Can I like... Oh, can I like do this? Parkour? Oh! Oh! Egg! Oh, I see what they did here. That's pretty cool. I like that. I like that a lot. Hey! Come on. What are you doing? Why are you being weird? You lost half of your damn thing. There we go. Surely everyone else is alive and it's just quiet. Because that would be crazy. Crazy even. Oh. I wish you could tell me if anyone else was dead. I'm going to go under the assumption that that other people are dead. So until I get confirmation, I'm not going to do that yet. I am going around confirming whether or not people are dead. Say nothing if you're alive. Are both of y'all still alive?
She
Nope,
fell in
she
the
fell in
hole.
that hole.
Oh,
We don't
okay.
find the head.
Oh,
For the past
okay.
5 minutes,
I already saw the other one.
Oh,
The extraction.
I will extract. I'll actually do the
That's
do.
extraction.
I have enough for that extraction. I was just making sure no one else was dead before I did it.
What?
So I'm gonna go ahead and do it. I'll be back.
Wait, what?
My head's an extraction. Falls out of the map. It teleports to an extraction. Oh. Oh. That's why you were here. Hello. I was wondering why they were confused. I was like, they're the ones who put you there. What do you mean? I probably should have stepped a little farther in the way than this. Welcome back.
Hi.
Hi.
I fell in a hole.
You did.
Help.
I was wondering why they were
Yeah, I was looking-
confused because I was like,
I was looking up. I was looking up to try and grab something. Dark's trying to grab it down, and I just walked straight into a hole.
got you. Because I was like, you're the one who put their head in the thing. Why are you guys confused? It's like, nope, they didn't do that.
I fell through the map, so it just followed me back there at least.
Gotcha.
Because it was a deep, deep hole.
You mean these ones right here?
No, not this one. It was the one in the.
Oh. Oh, yeah, this one's always tricky.
Yeah, this one.
Let's
'Cause
take
it's
that.
just so.
Oh.
I'm here with a bag of
Can I
money.
get the 10 health back that I gave you earlier?
Sorry.
Sure.
What is he, like an investment?
Thank you. Yeah. I passed. Extra
Is-
10 health.
I don't think he's a savings account for health. I don't think that's how that works. Am I stuck? Oh, okay. I was stuck.
Do we want to bank on this one and then go to the next one?
Yep, send it.
Let's see, anything up here? Anything up here? Nope. Nothing up. Where's the drop off? Oh, there it is. Hee hee. Alright, they're off doing their own little thing. Eyeball. We have eyeball.
Now, do you believe in my ability to go over this?
No, I don't.
Can I make the jump?
No, no,
I do it. I did it.
Alright then.
Careful for eyeball. They were in
What
here.
happened?
Oh, wait.
No! I'm not.
Okay. Ooh. Have we gone up yet?
Oh, we didn't check that way.
Have we checked up or not?
Yeah, I checked up and there was nothing. Oh,
Oh, there's a bottom pusher. Careful.
I didn't check up this way.
So I have a thing where I call things the wrong names frequently. I think it's called an upscream is the actual thing for it, but
Oh,
it's
yeah.
become an inside joke that I called it bottom pusher once, and now anyone who gets pushed are bottoms. Ooh!
I'm a bottom.
Draco and Axel are trying to make you a bottom.
Wow.
Why are they trying to bottom me after that?
Why are you trying to bottom me is a wild statement. What was that? Oh, lasers.
Oh, he didn't get hit. No, what are you doing?
Careful.
Why?
If it gets too small, it'll blow.
You immediately saw that.
To be fair, I also tried to pick one up earlier and it was being very weird. Like it was just breaking for no reason.
I think it's the ping for me and you, because we're both at like 100%.
Maybe. Careful.
I'm just gonna get out.
Yeah, I got you. On my way. I'm gonna come in from behind. Don't take that out of context. Alright. Alright. God.
Where do we need to go?
Yeah, we need to go that way. Oh, are you comfortable going backwards in this? Or do you...
Oh,
I don't know what's in here. Oh, there's
Careful. Do not go back any
oh
further.
my god. I almost died.
Break! Why did it break when it was again?
I don't know, but everything breaks still.
It bounced.
Died.
Oh, it snapped.
It bounced off my head, so it went flying. Yeah, I see you. It is I! I don't even know what it is I means in this scenario, but...
I don't know how I survived that run.
Shush. Alright, anything? No, just banana? Okay, just banana.
I'm God. You? Damn, you got promoted. I should become a god.
It is almost 3, so this was around when we probably be switching. So we'll make this the last round then.
Sure.
Hey, I know the car is awesome. 1 second. Okay. Let's see if I can.
You do this?
Let's see.
I believe in you.
Ooh. I'm not going to celebrate just yet. All right. Anything else that? Is there anything else that we want to throw? Oh, it looks like there is. Okay. I'm going to hold off.
Yeah, they're grabbing something.
I'm going to move this kind of out of the way.
Oh.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, I said there's a hole.
It's out of the way. Oh. Don't mind me. Oh, God.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, yeah, you just have to push this by hand because it shreds it, doesn't it?
Yeah. That's why.
Oh, that's so smart. I just ran
How are we gonna get
really
it?
fast.
You are not getting that.
There's a huntsman.
Okay. One at a time. We're gonna do this. We're not gonna get greedy. We're not gonna get the blender. Ooh. Ooh. Uno. I wanted to get him out this way because he will just fall. Because that man is blind. Okay. I see the other two. If I ever saw him again, I would tell him to go. Stick where that gun don't shine. Whew. Or the sun don't shine? That's what I meant to say. Stick that gun where the sun don't shine. That's what I wanted to say. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, you better run. You better run. Me looking for a gun. And man, if I ever saw him again, oh, I would really give it to him. I would be like, I wouldn't hide. I wouldn't do anything. I would kick him up with a pan in my hand. I love false bravado, dude. So funny. No! It didn't even move!
Yeah, that's what happened to Dark.
He didn't even move!
He talks shit. He's just...
Yeah, I didn't think it was gonna come back immediately. Damn! That's funny.
Oh.
Perfect ending. Love it. Lovely.
Yeah, this is a good ending.
That's it. That's the end of the game.
We beat it, guys. We beat Repo.
Oh, I almost went off the edge.
I'm safe under the griffin.
I have a banana.
You can't get me underneath here. You can't get me in here. I am safe. Oh. Oh no! I'm not safe anymore.
Oh no, you did. You are so dead.
Oh, beatbox.
No!
Enjoy the flashlight.
What the fuck? Let me up. Where did my back go? Oh.
No!
King of the losers. Let's
I was
go.
Just vibing. No, he took my box.
Nice. Good
Oh
job.
my god, that's like my first time ever winning it.
Yeah, you usually get out first.
Yeah, because I'm on high ping and I just get whacked back like instantly.
Okay.
The fact I've been top 2 ever on 100 ping is a miracle.
Yeah, you finally actually got to experience the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yay.
But yeah, it was super nice. Do we want to do like little introductions to each other's chats real quick before we head out?
Sure. By all means. Go ahead.
We'll start at the top. Bappi.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm a little axolotl VTuber. I'm doing gaming and software development, mostly. Well, that's all. I was going nice to meet you, but I know you also. I think that.
No, you're good.
Yeah,
It was
that's all.
nice to meet you.
I wanted to do proper.
Yeah. Yeah, no, like a
Little
proper
shout-out.
introduction. Oh yeah. That's nice. Hi, I'm Idealist. I am a paleomancer VTuber that talks through an undead dodo named Mama Dodo. That I make different costumes for different games that we play. Variety streamer, love horror, and I'm also in the process of making my own indie horror game as well. So I do a little bit here and there with that, and here to have a good time. And it's wonderful meeting y'all, by the way. This was great. This was fun.
It's glad. I'm always glad to meet new people. Super nice. Alright, I guess I'll go next. My name is Ranikki Sunshine, but I go by Ranikki or Rani. I am an elf, astral elf VTuber. For the spooky month, I am also crossed with a vampire.
Hell yeah.
Just for the shits and giggles.
Mhm.
But yeah, I explore the universes. I find new friends, and yeah.
That's cool.
Would you like to go now, honey?
And you there?
Huh? What? What do I do?
You don't get an introduction. No introduction for
Yes,
you.
we're doing a little introduction.
I don't have an intro.
I don't have either. That was the first time for me.
Just make one up as you go.
I am Double O Dark. I I am not a super spy. Alright? I'm not.
Okay, I believe you.
I don't know.
Okay.
He's not as.
You can check me out, I guess. I've been recently doing Undertale Yellow. That's what I've been doing lately.
I still need to play Undertale.
It's
Undertale's good.
I'm playing Undertale Yellow, which is a fan mod.
Oh.
It's as good as actual Undertale, to be honest.
Well, that's saying something.
Well, thank you for the stretch, Axel. We shall stretch.
I did play all the Deltarune chapters, though. I did do that.
Yes, good.
Because
Nice.
my chat would
I
not
need to do that.
they're just like, you're playing that, right? And I'm like, I guess I am now. I guess, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad it's playable outside of Undertale. It's very different.
Yeah, well, it was wonderful meeting y'all. Thanks for introducing
Yeah,
us,
it's nice
Bappi.
meeting you.
Thanks for
You're
putting
like-
this together.
Yeah. We'll have to play again sometime.
Yeah.
I'll have to send some friend invites on Discord.
Yeah.
Play again.
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
totally.
Hopefully we can get the whole group together and play something.
Yay.
Yeah, we'll have to do something either on stream or off stream. I usually I have on my Discord. I usually have like a little off stream thing. If anybody wants to join, it's just like a little chat. So
Mm-hmm.
I can invite y'all to the Discord, and if you just want to vibe, there's usually people vibing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
Yay.
Okay.
All
I'm
right.
gonna go ahead and dip out and start getting prepped for my next collab. But it was super nice meeting y'all.
Yeah.
Yay.
Hope you have a good day.
You too. Bye.
Yeah.
All right. See ya.
Bye-bye.
I guess I will also head out and say goodbye to stream and all that stuff, and hope you guys have a wonderful day as well.
Yay. Same.
Yeah.
All right. Again, wonderful meeting you, Double Dark.
Yeah,
And
nice to meet you too.
I plan to. Looking forward to playing more with you.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Have a good one, guys. See ya.
Yeah, bye-bye.
See y'all. Bye bye. Bye bye.
All right, everybody. Thanks for the follow, the great Tintin. It was really fun playing with them. Overall, I love Repo. I wish we didn't have so much tech issues as we did have, but you know, streaming be streaming. That's when it comes to tech issues, it's unavoidable, especially for VTubers, because you're running so many different things at once. And hopefully we can play with some of the people we didn't get to play with today. So thank you all for joining me here today. It was wonderful having you, and I hope to see y'all tomorrow, where we're going to finish up our tier list with Mama Toto costumes, but if they were like Pokemon types and things like that. So yeah, and then also look forward to just next week. I have something fun planned for us as far as like Halloween spooky, more collab stuff probably down the pipeline as well. So look forward to that. So I hope you all have a wonderful day, a wonderful evening, and I will see y'all next time. All right, have a good one. See ya. Bye-bye.